today is our LTP discussions. So let's turn our minds then to the run sheet or list we have of submitters today. And the first gentleman off the list is Terry Hancock. And I believe Sharon Sterling, are you appearing with him also? Welcome. So if you'd like to take a seat over at the submitters table there, and staff will instruct you around the microphone, and just begin your submission when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Sharon Sterling. This is Terry Hancock. We're speaking on behalf of the Tiamutu Residents and Ratepayers Association. Can you actually hear me in that thing? So if you're all sitting comfortably and fully caffeinated, we'll make a start. Good morning, everybody. Morena. Our Tiamutu Residents and Ratepayers Association is a relatively new group. We just formed last year. We like to offer a forum for individuals within the community to voice concerns. The idea is that a group of us with similar concerns might be better able to communicate with council than perhaps an individual on their own. And with that in mind, we'd like to contribute to this long-term plan. But we'll stick to the issues that you're asked for feedback on. We've chosen not to interfere in the Lake Tiku Utu issue. We're a Tiamutu group. We do have very strong feelings on the subject of our War Memorial Park. We prefer that you do not fund this concept plan. The removal of all stonework from an area where all the features are built of stone to be permanent is completely unthinkable to us. This simply must not happen. There are any number of possible solutions to your stated concerns without demolishing all the formal features of our park. The consensus of our group on the idea of a cycleway from Tiamutu to Pirongia is that it would be of benefit to only a portion of the community. I won't say niche market, but certainly there will be large portions of the community who would have no use for it. We prefer the cheapest option with minimum disruption to private property, being the Pirongia Road route. We have a number of concerns on urban mobility. We'd prefer to see the dedicated cycleways actually connecting to one another. And while we've mentioned schools in our submission, I would like to add that we have an ageing population here and that mobility scooters are going to be a factor in the future, even more than they are today. We have concerns about that crushed lime path too. But certainly making the footpath safer for pedestrians by making a safe place for cyclists should result in more individuals using both forms of transport. We support your concept. We're looking forward to seeing more detail. Your plan for resource recovery appears to rely on a community organisation wanting to join with you. We'll cross our fingers for you. We're of the opinion that anything that keeps usable products from going to landfill has got to be a good thing. Does anyone have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Sharon and Terry? Claire.
Thanks, Sharon. I wanted to ask you about the Memorial Park, because just to clarify something, because you said that the view of your group is that any stonework is actually a memorial. So like I'm thinking of the stuff that was in that revised concept plan that might have been removed. So I guess there's stonework around the pond and the bridge. Yeah. Is there anything else that is stonework that you think is tagged for removal in the concept plan?
It would appear the fernery is going to have all its stonework removed as well.
Oh, so there's stonework in the fernery.
The way we see it, that's going to end up basically an open drain.
Yeah.
And it's, at the moment, it's little stone paths along beside the water and you know, trees and shade. And,
yeah.
And,
yeah.
Just a little quiet place.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh no, it's good to have that clarified. Yeah. Anything else that would be stonework related?
Well, the way we understand the plan is all stonework is to be removed, and it pretty much leaves nothing.
Yeah, I'll need to clarify. Okay.
Yeah. You know, those features are there to be ornamental and to be, you know, part of the view and part of the feel of the place.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much. Cool.
Thank you.
No, there being no further questions, I'd like to thank you for your submission and your attendance today. Thank you, Sharon. Unless you wanted anything else to add, because you do have
just
10
paused
minutes.
at that point in case anyone had any questions.
Oh, okay.
I wondered if did you
Fantastic.
have anything to add? Is there anything I've missed? Or
No, you've covered it pretty well,
you're
Sharon.
pretty
Thanks.
happy? Okay. Yeah, there's only one more thing I'd like to say. If you haven't done so already, I'm sure you've read all the submissions from people who are going to speak to you because you've been preparing. But if you haven't done already, please read submissions from all the other people of our district. Some of them have put quite a bit of thinking into what they want to say to you. You'll get an idea of the mood out there. So thank you very much for having us. We'll look forward to speaking with you again at other times in the future on issues that are important to the people of Tiamuru.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much,
you.
Sharon and Terry. Our next submitter is Karen Dana on behalf of the National Wetland Trust. Karen. Denia, sorry, Denia. My eyes are a bit cross-eyed. Take a seat. Absolutely. She would be honoured to have Bill here sitting in it.
Red lights on.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to sit down if you've been comfortable and just take it away when you're ready. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak this morning. I would just like to acknowledge my chair, Don Scarlett, beside me, and our mana whenua representative, Bill Harris from Ngāti Apakura, here today supporting this submission from the National Wetland Trust. Okay, let's get into this. So our presentation, or our submission, is about the Rotopico Restoration and Wetland Centre project just down the road. Many of you will recognise the late wonderful Mr. Gordon Stevenson, the very renowned environmentalist and founder of the National Wetland Trust. Back around 2000, deeply concerned about the significant loss of wetlands from New Zealand, 90% since European arrival lost completely, and the remaining wetlands in a fairly, many of them in a fairly degraded state. Back then he was so concerned about that, him and David Lowry got together and dreamed up this idea of forming a National Wetland Trust to encourage New Zealanders to learn more about our wetlands and appreciate them more so that we can restore them, return them back into the environment, have them doing all the functions that they need to do for us. Part of that dream was to build and operate a National Wetland Discovery Centre, a place that people could come and be excited, inspired, and learn about what we need to do to restore our wetlands. So to realise that dream, the National Wetland Trust is aiming to work collaboratively with iwi, our partners, with Waipa District Council, DOC, and the local community in partnership to restore the ecology of Rotopico, to restore the connections at Rotopico. That's very, very important. This is more than an ecological project. It's about returning the site that had until sort of recently been used by maybe a handful of duck shooters, bringing it back to the public, bringing it back for iwi to access, putting in some physical access, as well as letting people know this is a reserve, you can come to it. And a big part of that was to build a wetland education facility. Now the Wetland Trust, it's a National Wetland Trust, it's a National Wetland Centre, could have built it anywhere. We chose lovely Rotopico at the invitation of Waipa District Council, and we're very happy to be there. I don't really need to talk to you people in the room about the importance of the Waipa Peat Lakes. Very, very iconic feature of the Waipa District, one of the most significant heritage features that you have in terms of environmental features, as well as having a lot of cultural significance. Just wanted to kind of let you, remind everyone that we're part of the entire package of Waipa's heritage offering, and we see that the Te Arawai hub and that Rotopico is one of those important spokes, part of the peat lakes and the forest offerings that are out there, as well as those cultural offerings. So we've had a dream, Gordon had a dream, it's been picked up by the trust, but we don't just dream it. So we had a dream to put in a pest fence, that's in, $600,000 invested in that and getting rid of the pests. We had a dream about getting people onto the lake. So everyone was back from the lake, people complained they couldn't see, access, experience the lake. We've put in a pontoon just recently. We've had a lot of track work put in. We've had our, some of our education dreams brought to life with our little Discovery Centre out there that the public are enjoying right now. So we don't just dream it, the National Wetland Trust delivers, and we have delivered. We've secured over $1.5 million, most of it from outside the district, bought in, invested in this site within the district, and we've had that support from Ngāti Apakura back from the Project Blessing in 2013, and we are progressing through a wide range of facilities out there. We have quite literally put Rotopico on the map for the world to see. It's now got a logo, a little name there, National Wetland Centre. Google review stars 4.6. Not trying to compete with Ngāroto, but they're only 4.5 at this stage. So we're pretty chuffed about that little competitive nature going on there. So we bought this site that most people thought was just a farm paddock because it just used to be a metal gate, no signage. People now know they can come and enjoy this site. But we've still got a little way to go. We've got a little blockage over part of the word up there, but we deliver, but we still have a way to go. And we really welcomed this statement back in 2009 from Waipa District Council to our submission back then, that the committee at that stage recommended that staff actively encouraged us to establish the centre in Waipa District. And by that, we took that as meaning at Rotopico. We definitely welcome that support, and we really urge that and hope that it will be continued. So our plans, we do still have all of those plans are in train, so we are restoring the ecology. We do have a little bit of funding in hand for that, but we have no certainty of ongoing funding being a charitable trust. We sort of live year by year or 2 years by 2 years with that, and we do our best with what we can. We still have dreams about restoring the connections. We've got a shipping container we want to convert into a classroom. We want to install an ethnobotany trail to bring to life the connections that Ngāti Apakura have with the plants of the site. A lot of things there almost ready to go. We have quite a few shovel-ready projects sitting out there. Costed up, feasibility studies all done. But the big one is we do want to build this wetland education facility. We've been picking off those small bites as we can get funding here, there and everywhere. The wetland building, that's the biggie for us, and part of the challenge for that is finding first cab off the rank, because a lot of the funders say you need to bring some funding to the table. We don't have that funding. We need someone to be first cab off the rank for that. I'm not going to go into detail about our partners. I just want to quickly whip through just a reminder that Ngāti Apakura is a very important partner for us. Waipa District Council, of course, is landowner out there and an important partner for us all through this journey. As I said, invited us to come and build a wetland centre at that site. We also have partnerships with the New Zealand Landcare Trust, with the Department of Conservation, and with the community. A lot of community groups coming out of the woodwork, coming and saying we want to be part of this, and we welcome their involvement as well. So our request is, we put in our submission, we thought maybe there's a typo in the amount of money allocated for Peat Lake enhancement, and perhaps that needed revising. The details in our submission. We do ask to restore the 2009 cappage pledge that was in the last LTP, that not be removed. That will give us that leverage to go to other funders. We are seeking a contribution towards project management and ongoing maintenance of the restoration work out there. This is a council reserve mostly, and we do welcome that support. And you may want to be looking at depreciation of those permanent value-added structures that have been put out there, and consider partnership funding of the Wetland Centre developments. So thank you for your past and your ongoing support. We certainly do appreciate it, and we would like to keep the journey going and hope that we can bring Gordon's dream to fruition and get New Zealanders really into wetlands. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Karen. That's a fantastic submission. Questions? Marcus, I see you waving your finger around.
Yeah, I knew you didn't want us to say this, but it's a fantastic site, and I love taking the kids there. But is there any comments about like the issues under the kahikateas and stuff with the invasive birds?
So we've certainly had an unintended ecological consequence of getting rid of all of the rodents. We've created the best hotel in town for all of the starlings that are robbing the blueberry fields of their fruit, and sparrows that people call rats on wings. And we are working very hard, and we have been working very hard with experts and trials and Wintec to try and resolve that. I would like to just mention that we would like an opportunity for Bill to just have a few words as well, if there's an opportunity.
Kia ora, Bill.
No te roro, nāku te roro, kia ora, tīnā roto. Just a whakatauki there, with your help, cooperation, and us all working together, we can move forward. And I've related that to the better health of Ngā Roto. So I'm not talking Ngā Roto Lake as you see it, but I'm talking Ngā Roto as a district that's up on that plan behind you. Well, we're specifically talking Roto Peko. For Apakura, it's all of the lakes, all of the peat lakes that are important. And so I just wanted to say that through cooperation, we can probably move forward in that. Ngā mihi Marita, good to see you here, fellow Kanohi rep, the Mayor, Jim, good to catch up with you, and fellow councillors, ngā mihi kia koutou to you. And as I come more into the council, I get to know all of you a little bit better as one of the Kanohi reps as well. So, but yeah, it is important for us. I just wanted to say that on behalf of Ngāti Apakura, we didn't make a submission to the long-term plan. And when I looked at it, I thought everything is important to us as mana whenua here in the Waipa. And I'm sure that's true of all of the iwi, all of Ngā iwi tōku. And particularly, and I know that I wasn't able to be present at Parawera the other day, but you know, I talked recently to some of the councillors about the cultural champions that you've put in the long-term plan, and I said you can't be the last to run if you're going to be a champion. So certainly, I hope you don't mind me taking a little bit of this time, but the Māori ward part is important to us, and as we talk cultural champions in the long-term plan, I think I can spread it out to have a bit of a word or two here with you. But coming back to that, probably the next thing in terms of mana whenua, in terms of the long-term plan, is the ecological and our connection to Papatūānuku and Ringarai, the sky gods. So that's probably our second most important, and so that's why I'm certainly here on behalf of mana whenua, Ngāti Apakura, to awhi all work that we can possibly do in terms of the wetlands. It is, you know, we talk about climate change and we talk about all those sorts of things, and here in your district, you have one of the best things to assist in climate change. And, you know, we should be trying to purchase more of that wetlands space that is available, so that, and planting of the trees is not the only way for us to combat climate change. And I think, as we know, and we should be assured, the wetlands is another way of doing that. And we would totally awhi and support that as Ngāti Apakura. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora, Bill, thank you. No, Liz, quick question.
Yes, I was just going to ask, is there still some land that you still require to purchase around the what there currently is? Like, do you still need to allow for expansion or to be able to build what you need to build? Do you still need extra land? Because I recall that being something required in the past.
Sure. Having extra land would allow for safer, better access off the highway if we were able to come in for Jari Road. And it would allow for some additional activities that might not be accommodated by recreational reserves, so that might enable the trust to gain an income to keep its sustainability going. So it might be accommodation, it might be school visits, that sort of thing, overnight stays. Yes, it'd certainly be helpful.
Great, look, thank you very much for that. No further questions. Look, thank you so much for all the work you do and for the very clear and succinct submission you both provided us in writing and delivered today in person. It's been great to hear from you. So thanks very much. Yeah. So our next submitter is Frances Tiao of the Te Paparoa Committee Group. Kia ora, ladies. Welcome, ladies. Have a seat. You don't have to stand. We're pretty casual around here.
Kia ora koutou. We're from Te Paparoa Skateboarding Community Club. Well, community club anyway. And we're here to just to submit and make sure that our project can be submitted into the long-term plan. Okay. So, because we haven't got anything developed at the moment, we are pushing for our kids in Kiki to have more facilities, more resources, and we've come up with a skateboard park because we've already done our background work with the kids at Kiki School and intermediate school. So we're going to come together and try and push this through. So our vision is focusing on community wellbeing for our tamariki, rangatahi and whānau, to have access to their social and economical opportunities to reach their full potential as a collective in society. So I attended a Kiki residents ratepayers meeting to list our project and including into council plans. I was fortunate to catch the presentation from Councillors Gower, Barnes, with Gina, Scott, Christy Downer and Dawn Ingham to answer for them to answer any of our queries and our questions that we had. During that time, during the meeting, we were given out this long-term plan consultation document. It was very well illustrated, very informative, but there was no mention of Kiki development or anything concerning kids rangatahi. I'm a social worker now, and I advocate for kids. And I work in Hamilton, and I've come back to the community to give back to the kids in my community. And this is what I'm going to push for them to have more resources and facilities for them to enjoy and for them to have a place of their own instead of travelling out of town. Why should they travel out of town, So hopefully we can get this on the long-term plan. So Kiki is, we've noticed, and everybody has noticed in this room, that Kiki is growing, and Kiki is not recognised as its own separate entity. It's always been included with Te Ao Mutu. I've grown up there and it's been like that since I've been there. This lot's been here. This is different generations here. And it's still the same. Kiki gets included with Te Ao Mutu, Cambridge. It's not fair. So we need more resources and facilities in Kiki for our kids. What slide am I up to? Okay. There is consensus of general agreement that once again our community has been left out of the planning document with no miss of anything in the plan for our town. As a consequence, we, Te Paparoa Community Group, committee group, want to submit a submission for this skate park and a pump track. I'm aware that the Kiki residents and ratepayers, Peter Fraser, are putting forward a submission as well for a new sports centre at Kiki. I think that's going down to the domain. Now, we've discussed that we need a location, and we've come to you to ask to see if we could find us a location. And there's pros and cons about having it down at domain. Yes, it's a bigger area. Yes, there's heaps of parking, but it's too far. It's not visual to the public. The cons are like excessive behaviour, people doing criminal activities down there. No one can see it down there. So we would prefer it to come up towards the central Kiki centre, so everybody can keep an eye on it and keep our kids safe. So we want to contribute towards our community and helping to shape the future for the community of Kiki. So Te Paparoa is made up of a collective of all ages. It's a pity that we had to come here this morning. I could have brought a lot more people through that door, but due to work, school and everything else, they were unable to attend, so I grabbed these two. Yeah, so this is our focus, focusing on the community well-being for our tamariki. I don't know, I think everybody in the room knows there should be done for something for the kids out there. No good putting up heaps of houses if there's nothing out there. It's quite embarrassing, to be honest. So, yeah, these are some of the kids that are involved with wanting to see changes out there. And yeah, I hope you focus can see your way through and adding this to the long-term plan, if not an annual plan. Have you got a quicker plan? But yeah, that's all I have to say, because I think I pretty much already outlined it in my last submission. And I would just like to say thank you to the support from the councillors that live in Kiki, from the support we've gotten from Tōpū, from everybody out towards those ways. So if you give us a yay, I'm sure we can certainly use the resources that are already in Kiki to complete this project.
Thank you, Francis. That's awesome. Hey, Marcus, I see you waving your hand around. Question for these lovely ladies.
Francis, this is an awesome presentation, and being a Kiki, living in Kiki, yeah, it would be great to have a facility. I'm just wondering if you could explain why there is issues with having it like at the John Rochford Park and things like that, which seems like a great space, but you've brought up issues before.
Do you want to explain that?
On Brush Street. So yes, we've been to the Te Awamutu Community Board Hui, and that was one that hit a venue that had come up. I had approached Taria Davis and Parone Gloin, and another conversations was about it being on Bryce Street. I don't really want to get into too much history around that. I'm pretty sure everyone or most of you know what the history is around that. So that wasn't really an option for us to go to Rochford, was because of the hara that happened back in those days, which is still very mamae to us and our people, yeah.
I have a question. Is there anywhere, if you had a magic wand, you wave it and you say that's exactly where we'd like it to be, where is that spot?
Okay.
All right, so our prime spot would be Tūrata Reserve. It's visible to the public. The shops are right there for the kids. The community constables across the road. And yeah,
love your realism.
yeah. The biggest thing is it's visible to the public.
Any other questions for these fine women? No other questions. Okay. Hey, look, thank you so much for your really well thought through submission. I think it's fallen on fertile ground. I mean, skate parks and pump tracks and all of this sort of youth focused activity has been quite a strong theme through the feedback we've received from the community, and certainly presentations we've received yesterday from other groups in the community, same thing. So we're not stupid, we're hearing you. It's just how we go about trying to prioritise stuff and how it all looks at the end of the day. So thank you so much for your efforts and enthusiasm. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
So our next submission is from the Waikato Chamber of Commerce. Don Good. Morena, Don, take a seat. Just start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. We did the written submission, so I'll briefly run through that and then quite happy to take questions afterwards. One of the main thrusts of our submissions to remind councillors that your core task is to invest prudently in infrastructure, as there'll be many chasing pet projects and funding from you. So, and this is a message that the chambers have been talking about for a long time. So several local councils throughout New Zealand have been caught with their fundamental infrastructure failing. and I think you're probably more than well aware of some of those. So the council must prioritise need to have and what is nice to have. We would recommend that you listen to the business community, and I note that the Chamber from Cambridge is also here as well, because economic well-being underpins all the other well-beings. If there's no money in the till, you can't afford to fund good projects for the rest of the well-beings. We also recommend you look closely at your asset stewardship. And again, we go back to the issues we've seen in Wellington, Tauranga, Watercare and Auckland. In terms of budgeting, business always looks for cost efficiencies, and we highly recommend that you do so as well. We would like to see prudence in your expenditure. We would also like to see local or buy local procurement. We note that many councils around the Waikato are using organisations from outside the Waikato, and that reduces the net GDP in the Waikato itself. And so we recommend that you look to buy local where you can. We also recommend that councils look at alternative tools for growth rather than just simply rates. There are a bunch there that I've included in our submission, and I'm sure your management team will be more than well aware of some of the opportunities that are now presented by central government to do funding. We also suggest that you get the government in the tent as much as possible, and we see that they are starting to look closely at things like Three Waters, which will have a major effect on your revenue if it goes ahead, as some have spoken about. We would also say that the private sector has money to invest, and whilst PPPs may not necessarily be flavour of the month at the moment, they certainly are. The private sector certainly has an interest in investing alongside you in ventures that may be off balance sheet. We may not be able to match 1.5% or whatever you can get through your funding, but in order to be able to get it off balance sheet, if that's appropriate, private sector will be very interested. Probably the elephant in the room that I'll speak about is amalgamation, and I know Jim has contributed to the debate with my predecessor quite forcefully, but Three Waters is something that is could potentially change the way local government is structured within the Waikato, and we would like to encourage the debate. If you will note there that there are 12 territorial authorities across the Waikato governing 500,000 people, and there is a large amount of duplication. So we suggest to you that rather than let others, i.e. central government, dictate the debate, council gets involved and contributes to it. In conclusion, we suggest that the council must change and set the pace in containing costs, advocating for amalgamation, leveraging assets, and creating new funding and financing and operating mechanisms that support growth in partnership with central government and private enterprise. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for Don from the Waikato Chamber of Commerce? Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Don. I suppose in terms of the asset stewardship, and yet we're all fully aware of what's in the media, but it seems to me the ones that you quoted even today, it seems the bigger the council is, the worse the asset stewardship is. So it seems to run contrary to your push, I suppose, to having fewer but larger organisations. So the question really is, do you see a problem with the asset stewardship in Waipa?
Thus far, no. I think there are projects that you need to be looking at to assist central government in making some decisions. Certainly transportation, and I would bang on about the Cambridge to Pairiri ad nauseum. So the work you're doing in Cambridge, I'm familiar with. less so, I would have to say, than in Te Awamutu. But having driven down here from Hamilton this morning, the transport route between here and Hamilton is not a particularly easy one when you compare it to what we now have between Cambridge and Hamilton. So asset stewardship is something that we're talking to all councils about, because it's very easy when you have ratepayer money to be able to look at nice to have projects rather than your core task, which we believe is ensuring the infrastructure is there. One of the theses we have is that if you build an arterial route, commerce will populate it in some way, shape or form. And you've seen that, I think, admirably in the Cambridge bypass and the Hautapu industrial area that you've put together.
Thank you for that answer. Any other questions for Don? Don't believe so.
Kind of been controversial enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for yours and your organisation's considered submissions, and we will take those on board. Thank you. Now, I understand our next submitter has not appeared. That's Alice Sear. And so far, we don't have this next one, Fiona Murphy, or the following one. So we may just have to take a short break unless we have anybody. I don't recognise anybody there that, no. We'll just have to take a short adjournment until we have submitters appear. Oh gosh, it's gone deathly quiet. Amazing. The power of the Bing. I think we should probably, we should probably get going again. We have Craig Smart here from the War Memorial Park Maintenance Group. He was supposed to start at 10, so a few minutes to 10, and he's quite happy to begin early. If I could just remind submitters that the governance staff will ding the little donger a minute out from the end of your submission time. So just sort of let you know. Welcome, Craig. Just start when you're ready.
Well, War Memorial Park, where to begin? Visits as a child, the swings, the train, the bridges, the paths to explore, the ducks, the dark and slightly creepy fernery? Or is it the Boffamiscal concept plan? A concept plan? But isn't there already a concept? The War Memorial Park? Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, indeed to be first up for Memorial Park submissions. I'm speaking on behalf of the War Memorial Park Maintenance Group, a group of local people with a strong interest in and association with the park. We want to see the park properly maintained, kept tidy, vegetation facilities in good condition. Although standards are now improved, there certainly were times, relatively recently, when council was not maintaining the park to a reasonable standard. It looked run down and shabby. This has improved, and we acknowledge the park was looking very good for the Anzac Day dawn service. But we are concerned with maintaining the park as originally designed. The War Memorial Park is not just the sunken cross, the park is an entity, and the other elements, such as pergola, fernery, and amphitheatre that surround, support, and protect the sunken cross, are there to create contemplative atmosphere with noisy activities, such as a playground, at a distance and screened by vegetation. So, and we also seek to maintain the workmanship and the values of the time embodied in the physical structures present in the park. It was designed and constructed by locals. No consultants from Auckland were involved, with very significant funding raised by local contributions and much voluntary labour and donation of materials. After opening December 55, the park was vested in local authority to maintain as a War Memorial Park. The misguided Boffamiscal concept plan seemed to think the park was a chessboard and could move things around. Those are the things that we oppose. Council have also taken some decisions on some details of the Boffamiscal concept plan, but they've yet to consider a revised draft of the concept plan and fully decide what it will contain. So in conjunction with the LTP process, things are moving towards finalising a forward plan for the park. And we do believe a forward plan is necessary. Now, a word on the LTP processes. 812 submissions were handed to the Mayor, and there's volumes of them outside. Was he happy to get them? Was it symptomatic of a problem? There were no smiles in the photos in the Te Awamutu Courier. The structured feedback for this process only identified two options: a no cost, do nothing option 1, and a full cost, do everything option 2, nothing in between. Many people who selected option 1 commented they wanted to see the park maintained, tidied up and improved. And conversely, many option 2 people commented on the high cost and scope of the work envisaged. There's another group, small group, like us, that selected neither, middle ground. And we believe there is a middle ground between the options offered. So there's the crux of the situation. Confusion and long results of variable communication undertaken by staff to interested parties. The process has now proceeded that elected members now have to sort out and make sense of the situation. So where are we now? Where have we got to? Some decisions have already been taken, and some of them are good decisions. They include the decision to restore the Peace Fountain, decision to leave the amphitheatre alone where it is and restore it, decision to retain and restore the pergola. However, there's some silence on some items. Well, we also submit that the fernery should be retained as it is, intact, not split in two. It's an intrinsic part of the original park, and we retain the stonework throughout the park. It's old style, it's a little bit different. It was made and done by locals, and it links the park together. Do we worry about money? Yes, we do. Is council really worried about money? Not sure. It's hard to tell from the figures how much council has. The LTP consultation document, option 2, had a full cost of 9 million. Total CapEx items in table 2 of the papers you have for this meeting have a total cost of 6.2 million. So that's $3 million adrift. The consultation document also stated that needed $5 million from asset sales, of which means that $4 million of the $9 million is coming from somewhere else. It maybe doesn't depend on asset sales. But is that really the case or not? Not sure. We are concerned that if nothing happens until asset sales are achieved, there'll be further delay in getting some necessary things done in the park. So hopefully there is $4 million to spend in the next little while. As per list I ran through earlier, we do believe that some basic things need to be done. But these are not the mega change everything optimistic things. These are really catching up with some maintenance that should have been done as things happened in the past. So pulling back from the full noise option 2 to spend $9 million is not going to upset the vast majority of submitters. Less than 20% of submitters actually selected option 2. Now, what do we support for the LTP? Getting to the crux of why we're here. Vegetation management plan. Now, there's a table in your papers that has all these, and it's nice color highlights and things. So just run through them quickly. Vegetation management plan, very important. Need to plan everything that's to do with vegetation. Heritage management and maintenance plan, again, important. Stonewall restoration, yes, these are a little tidy, not much. Don't need an extension. Replace the tatty wire netting fence with something that's also open. The stone wall is symmetric about the sunken cross. It should not be extended. The playground, the equipment is in reasonable condition, but all need replacement as things wear out piece by piece. But if council really does want to have an impact playground and get something going like they've had the very successful play park by the event centre, well, maybe they should just say so. Saying it's in poor condition, needs replacement is not true. But if you want to have an impact, do something different, that's fine. Restore the Peace Fountain, amenity planting. Now replace the middle bridge, that's the Air Force Bridge, and replace the downstream bridge, which I believe are underway. Investigations have happened, prices have been called. Maybe that's happening outside this funding. Again, not clear from the documents. So for years 1 to 3, what I've run through, that's 1 million CapEx and 140,000 OpEx. Some other things I'd like to introduce and comment on. One is the netball lease, that should be renewed. We're happy with them to be there. They've been alongside the park since ever. The train has been restored to a high standard, and it needs to be in a place where it's better protected from the weather and the elements than being back in the park. So we're not calling for that to come back. The stream banks are eroding and vegetation is a mess. There's other funds available to do that. There's several funding packages that council has in front of it and already approved to do stream bank restoration. So maybe that can carry on. It's certainly necessary. The Marahupara play trail on the northern side of Mangahoi Stream, that should happen. And improve the signage. Tell people what the park is about. Tell them about the triplets, the Army, Navy, Air Force, why the 3 bridges, what the mural means, what the Puna mean, all those things, some interpretive signage, as well as some way-finding signage. Beyond year 3, spine path, 1.5 million for that. Not necessary at that extent. In fact, if that encourages cyclists to be in the park, not a good idea. Cyclists should be on the scenic drive. That could be made one way. Link it through the lower netball court car park to Racecourse Road. You get a through route. That'll be good for cyclists. Pedestrians can have the park and not be bothered by being knocked over. There's also some other opportunities around the park. You've got the confluence of the 2 streams, the Mangahoi and the Mangapiko. That's where Awamutu comes from, it's my understanding. There's a great opportunity to have some displays, have some canoes, have some things down there that show where the name Te Awamutu came from. It's also close to the old Kaipaka Park. And so a Kaipaka Park could recognise a lot of the early history of that area. Now, the pond. Filling in the pond may actually cover up some of the puna. So, awkward issue. And contrary to the statements by staff, it was never wetland was never part of the original Bofumiscal concept plan. That's been introduced by staff later on with very little consultation. So what do we want council to do? Recognise that the staff-driven option for wholesale change is wrong. People like the park as it is, but they expect the maintenance to be kept up. Replace the bridges, get the Peace Fountain working, address vegetation, as I've said, tidy up the stream banks, not major items. No broad spine paths, no filling in the pond, no ripping out all existing stonework and replace with Timaru bluestone, as Bofumiscal have suggested in one place. And consult with RSA, consult with Mana Whenua, and consult with the maintenance group about the specific things as the projects are developed. So thank you for your attention. We'll await outcome of this process with interest. We will continue to keep a strong interest in all park-related matters, and we ask to be consulted on detail of any significant work before it is undertaken. And we're happy to work with council staff in developing the heritage and planting plans. Do you think that is possible?
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Do we have any quick questions for Mr. Smart of his submission on behalf of the War Memorial Maintenance Group? Claire, just keeping them quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. It's really, really well put together. I have a question in that in your submissions, you say that the decisions that were the revisions, I think, of the concept plan weren't communicated in the LTP consultation document. So what it says in your submission was that those changes that were made there wasn't a connect with what was actually put out for consultation, which I'm a bit concerned about. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of disconnects. There are other areas in that consultation document as well, which I talked to other council staff about. The colours were muddled and the captions were muddled and diagrams. But with regard to the park, there's quite a mismatch between what I think option 2 at the time of writing that document, what option 2 is now. But maybe it is really 6.2 and not 9. And maybe that's the reason for it.
Yeah.
But certainly there was.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So maybe part of the process got out of step. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other quick questions? Andrew, did you have just a quick one?
Not a question, really, I mean, there was a timing issue between the LTP consultation and the revision of the Memorial Park plan after consultation. And yeah, it was confusing. There's no two ways about it. Unfortunate, but yeah. Thank you very much for your submission.
My main point with that would be another option, not option 1, option 2, 3, and then 4 extremes, and some in the middle, from middle ground, that people might have got more meaningful feedback to you than 812 people saying no.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Thank you for sharing your views and that of your group today. We much appreciate it.
Thank you.
So our next submitter is Alistair and Mary Bennett. Good morning. Now, just remind you that the reminder bell will go off at 4 minutes. The microphone's on, so you just speak to the microphone. I'll hand these out. Good morning to you both, and just start when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, councillors. On behalf of Alistair and myself, Mary Bennett, we have come to present a submission for Kimberley Road to be tar sealed. Do you all know where Kimberley Road is? Thank you. When the signpost went up. Right, our location is just on the boundary of Kihiki off Arapuni Road. We have a farm, a section, 2 homes, plus there are 2 other homes there, and also there is an entrance to the Polo International event that is held in February. and a lot of cars go down there. In 2013, I wrote a letter to council, and that wasn't the first letter. There had been many before, but I could only find the 2013 one. And I asked for that road to be maintained and tar sealed. And the response to that was, a full response will be sent to us. 2013, we are still waiting. I have approached councillors. Every time you have an election for your councillors, they have come and asked for support, and I have approached them about Kimberley Road. And we have been told that yes, it would be put to council and it would be looked at, but nothing ever happened. And before this hearing, we rang around to see if you did know where Kimberley Road is. Alistair rang some people, and some councillors said they hadn't heard of it. And I couldn't give them directions because there was no signpost. The signpost had been taken down when other signposts in Keiki had been taken down. But ours wasn't replaced until the councillor went past and couldn't find it. In April last month, I rang and asked if Kimberley Road could be maintained. Now there's a grass strip down the front, it's a one-way, it's worse than our tanker track. Really bad. And we have been there for over 50 years. And we bought a section of that about 10 years after we've been there. Every other no exit road out from Keiki has been tar sealed. I lived on a metal road when I was a child. It's tar sealed. I lived on a metal road when we were married. It has been tar sealed many miles out. But we can't even call that a metal road. It's not maintained. Please maintain Kimberley Road and tar seal it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Does anybody have any questions for Mary or Alistair in respect of their submission? Philip.
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. It doesn't appear to be a very long road. How long is, and it's a no exit road, how long is Kimberley Road exactly?
Oh, probably 1.5.
Oh, okay, I thought it might have been
Because at
short.
the far end, there is a horse trainer that uses that road every day or 3 times a day.
Well, most of the people are using the road, but they have bought since we first started this many years ago, and this Kimberley Road stopped before the little bit of road that went to their place. Kimberley Road stopped at the 2 houses on it.
Right, so it's about 1.5 k's.
Yeah, something like that.
How many people do live on the road? How many houses have we got along there?
4 homes.
4 homes, thank you.
And we have a section, not much use doing anything because people don't want to live on a dirt road now.
Lou.
Thank you for your presentation. Just quickly, is that used as an access to the polo ground?
Yes.
So you're using, that is being used when they have a major polo season,
Yes.
or it's Sundays? Is that for the horses to come in, is it?
No. On,
General public.
Just general public?
on the left, they have marquees along the polo field, and on the right, and the people that come in from the right go down that road. And it's usually in February when they have the big international one because there's so many people come on. And I usually ring the council before that to ask them to upgrade it for the event, but nothing happens.
And they can put 5,000 people in there on polo day. And they've all got to use Kimberley Road as the,
Oh, half them.
yeah.
Just through the chair, just to save a bit of time. So, I mean, to be honest, 4 houses, 1.5 k's. I'm just thinking the expense, which would be expensive in terms of seal. However, is it the dust? Like, if it was sealed outside the sort of houses to stop the dust, would that be a remedy, plus the maintenance of the main road?
Would you live on dirt road today, so close to town.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I want. It's just the cost.
Would
I'm just trying
you,
to.
so close to town, would you live on a dirt road that we could develop land around it, but we can't do anything because we can't get any movement from even upgrading the road? And we don't want it upgraded anymore. We want it tarsia.
Yeah.
I think,
Right. Thanks.
I think that's that. We've exhausted our time. Thank you very much, Mary and Alistair.
I have a copy of what I said, but I thought, well, Alistair's put out what he wanted to say, and I
Yeah,
left it there.
we have, you passed that around. We all have that with us. So thank you very much for that. Now, we've got the next 2 slots have been vacated. And we could either go to an early morning tea, or we could have the next 2 submitters after tea come now. So I think maybe we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll be sort of dawdling around. Murray Downs, I think, is next on the list, albeit somewhat earlier than planned. So thank you for being here early, Murray, and for agreeing to present earlier. We have 5 minutes. The bell will ring at 4. Take it away. Start when you're ready. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Murray Downs. I'm submitting on the War Memorial Park, and I'm getting to know you. It's good. I've learned a lot from coming to the 6th of April Council meeting, but I've got a little quiz I'd like to ask you all, and you don't have to answer, but I do want you to think. Can any of you tell me why the word war has been dropped out of the Memorial Park name on the council website? It's not there anymore. It's just all Memorial Park. I think that War Memorial is what it was all about and what started it. Has anyone looked, or who has looked at Mark Dawson's website about the history of the park? And I know Susan has. Good on you, Susan. Thank you.
Read every word of it.
It was a very interesting site, I know. It's still there. Have you seen it, Marcus? And you've read it. Thank you. Why is that history not on the Waipa District Council website? It's a question I've got for you. Our council promotes honouring our own history. Have any of you come on a 1955 historical War Memorial Park tour with Mark Dawson and actually have him point out all the features to you? Have any of you?
He didn't turn up.
He was not at which one? He was there on the Saturday of Easter.
It was a private viewing, but he failed to turn up. Sharon was there.
Okay, all right. I would recommend it to you. I was amazed. I thought I knew a little bit, but it was an eye-opener. It should be in the Waipa historical tours. It's that intriguing to see how the park all connects together. Okay. Do you know why the War Memorial Park Maintenance Group includes the word maintenance? I'll answer it for you. It's because council's big on capital spend ups, but a little bit poor on preventative maintenance long term. I can give you lots of other parks that show the same thing. Have you ever had so many submissions in a council matter as we have had for the War Memorial Park? I think that it represents a lot of feeling from the public, a lot of confusion, and a failure to really see what's happened, a trust that the council's doing something that's good for them. Have you managed to read all the submissions and understand all the staff reports that they have given you? There's been so much work for them to do. Well done if you have. I won't ask you any questions about mine. I just also like to say, who do you think knows the most about the War Memorial Park? Your staff? The RSA? The Mana Whenua? Or the War Memorial Park Maintenance Group? I would suggest to you that War Memorial Maintenance Group, Park Maintenance Group, many of them live very close by, have been watching the park for 30 to 65 years and have daily frequent the park, both after hours, before hours, and in the weekends and in holidays. I think you'd be lucky to say at the park if staff have spent one day a week in the park, perhaps. That would be pretty good. So I'm putting it to you that the War Memorial Park maintenance groups knows and understand this park well, and the public that frequent it, some by name regularly, and that they want to be continuously consulted, just like the Mana Whenua have been, and as stakeholders, equally with the RSA, going on from now and about the LTP, the park, and in the Parks Heritage and Maintenance Committee, and about vegetation and all the matters that Craig brought up. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Does anybody have a quick question at all for Murray? His time is up, but no questions of him. Look, thank you, Murray. There's certainly no doubt in your passion on the subject, and we really appreciate you coming and sharing your views with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person we have is Robin Duncan. Robin, feel free to take a seat. The warning bell will go after 4 minutes and you have 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Right, okay. You will all now know that the whole of the park is a memorial, not just those features that you've agreed to save. Do any of you know the significance of 3 at the Memorial Park? 3 bridges, 3 pathways, 3 stone stairways? Well done. You know then it's the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And there are about 10 different things that are in groups of 3. So what I'm saying to you is the whole park is a memorial park to commemorate the Army, Navy, and Air Force and their service and sacrifice for us. Are you now aware that there is a very strong emotional attachment to the park from the people of Te Awamutu, mainly those who were born and raised here, be it because they played there as children, take their children and grandchildren there today, got married in the park, or because of family involvement in World War II. About 10 days ago, I was down there and a Tokoroa family came over. Dad hadn't been at the park for 15 years, but he brought the family all the way over from Tokoroa just to see the park. 99.9% of the people I've spoken to love the park and are mortified at what is planned. The fernery, the children absolutely love it. They play hide and seek there, they sail twigs down the water paths, waterways, and it is a significant memorial feature. 3 islands in the middle of it, 3 stone entranceways into it. Now, the staff want to have a walkway to the Central Air Force Bridge. Great, but it could go round the periphery of the fernery. Please, not through the centre of it or over the top of it. The fernery is a memorial feature, needs to remain intact. The trees. Fabulous combination of native and exotic trees in the park. What a perfect combination to symbolise the Māori and Pākehā men who united and went to World War II. We know that most of those trees in the park were donated. An example, a Mr. Jackson from Nutanui in 1952 contributed 100 trees. So even the trees are part of the memorial feature. The pond. The first port of call for any visitors to the park is always the pond. It's the feature of the park that everybody knows, remembers and recognises. Let me explain. When I've spoken to people about the Memorial Park, a good many folk don't know which park I'm referring to. As soon as I say the park with the pond and ducks, they immediately know. Realistically, the pond was in excellent condition for years, so surely it can be revived. Staff are talking about creating a wetland. It is not necessary. The pond must be saved as it is because it is the feature of the park everybody knows, recognises and loves. Please do not change the present character or you will upset and break the hearts of many of those who voted for you folk. Okay, I would also say I support everything Craig Smart said, and just a quick mention about the submission forms. From people, you got 810. Sadly, the submission form only gave 2 options. Neither of them were appropriate. So for many of us, we ticked number 1, maintain the park as it is, but then added comments, look after it, care for it, etc. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Does anybody have a question of Robin in respect of her submission? No questions. Well, much like Murray, we really admire your passion for the park and your submission and the way in which you've gone about conducting yourself today. So many thanks for that, and we shall take it under advisement.
Thanks for not putting in earplugs. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Robin. I think what we might do now is we'll have the next submitter, Sue Gurman, who's now speaking on behalf of Hamish and Cherie Gurman. She has appeared. So if you just want to take a seat up here, a bell will ring at 4 minutes to remind you you've got 1 minute left. And just start when you're ready. Thank you.
I did hand, oh, she's handing them around.
Start when you're ready.
Right. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sue Gurman toku ingoa, no Pātarangi ahau, ko Pirongia te Monga, ko Mangapiko te Awa, ko Ngāpui te Iwi, ko Ngāti Manu te Hapu, ko Karatu te Marae. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our son was supposed to speak, but he was scheduled for another commitment, so he was unable to be here. So Monique kindly allowed me to speak in his place. I have summarised the submissions that both my husband Mike and I and Cherie and Hamish put forward in a separate document. Imagine this headline, if you will. Cycling family of 4 killed by truck crossing Pāterangi Road on the Ngāroto Pirongia cycleway. Waipa District Council was warned about the potential dangers to cyclists crossing Pāterangi Road in a dangerous location which had previously been the scene of serious accidents. We don't favour any of the cycleway proposals from Lake Ngāroto to Pirongia. We believe a more sensible, safe and cost-efficient cycleway would be from Te Awamutu to Pirongia, following Pirongia Road. The reasons we don't favour the current options is that they all cross Pāterangi Road. We live on Pāterangi Road and thousands of cars and heavy vehicles travel on this road every day, commuting to Hamilton and further afield, starting at about 5 a.m. and continuing until 7 p.m. We consider the stretch of road from Pāterangi Cemetery to Maki Access Road to be an accident zone. as many drivers use this stretch of road as an opportunity to pass other vehicles at speed. There have been 3 serious accidents on this stretch of road in daylight hours in the last 3 years, one ending up in the trees and the other 2 in our paddocks. We have also witnessed some serious near misses. Another danger is the corner of Pātarangi and Maki Access Road, where there is poor visibility and blind spots in both directions. After viewing the submission site, it was disturbing to read that option 2 was deemed safer, but nowhere was there mention of the dangers of crossing Pātarangi Road. Having read the submissions, it was clear that the main focus for submitters was the Memorial Park. Out of the 1,500 submissions, the cycleway received much smaller number of responses, many of whom were cyclists. One submission said, "Really hope the TA Boomers enjoy this option. They have done a lot of work on this and deserve the cycleway." An overwhelming majority of submitters were on the fence regarding the cycleway. We have been concerned over the fact that the submission options directly and blatantly swayed submitters to opt for option 2 down Maki Access Road without considering the danger of Pātarangi Road. As farm owners bordering on both Pātarangi and Maki Access Road, we were informed that there were fortnightly meetings regarding the cycleway at Waipa District Council. But when I phoned to see when the next meeting was to take place so we could attend, we were told it was private and that we could not attend. That is not the way to get landowners on board. Consultation has been poor, except for those cycling landowners who are the driving force for the cycleway via Pātarangi. However, our son, who farms our property bordering Pātarangi and Maki Access Road, did receive a phone call and an apology after he expressed disappointment with the consultation process while attending a meeting at Pirongia. There is no guarantee the council will get support from farmers to cross their property. A cycleway directly to Pirongia will allow cyclists who wish to cycle from work from Pirongia to Te Awamutu could do so safely. It would allow people from Te Awamutu to cycle directly to Pirongia, also to enjoy the scenery, the cafes and the historical sites, rather than taking a longer, less safe route and having to cycle all the way back on that route. We also have concerns about the cost and the money that would come, where it would come from to build and maintain the cycleway. We have noted that there are concerns over the condition of the Te Awamutu and Kihikihi cycleway. The proposed routes also border on 2 kiwi fruit blocks, which use a controversial, highly toxic chemical high-cane, which is banned in Europe. We're concerned about the extra cyclists on Ngāroto track. We regularly walk this track, and so do other runners and walkers, and there are a few cyclists. This is a place where people have the opportunity to walk with their families, and we believe opening the track to a large number of cyclists will negatively impact on those who wish to walk and run. We consider the proposals via Maki Access as a risk for security, especially for farms such as ours, where the dairy shed and buildings are near the back of the farm. We have already had a number of thefts and animals let out in the past. While we are not opposed to cycleways, we do believe Pātarangi Road we do not believe Pātarangi Road is safe for cyclists to cross, and it features in all the options. Finally, we do accept the decision the council makes on this issue, and hopefully the concerns we have raised will receive due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, for the issues you've raised. Does anybody have any questions for Sue? No questions? Look, thank you so much.
Easy, thanks.
No, we'll certainly take it on board in our deliberations.
Thank you very much.
So thank you. Look, I think we're going to take morning tea break now and return at 11. Meeting. Our next submitter is Mr. John Graham. Mr. Graham. Oh, that's very formal. If you'd just like to take a seat over there at the submitters table. A bell will ding at 4 minutes to warn you that you've got another minute to go. And just start when you're ready.
Waipa District for putting this on. Can you all hear me? I'll give you this. Yeah, if they want to read it, they can. If they want to use it as firelights. Right. My name is John Barnes Graham. I'm speaking about the whole presentation of the plan. Now, I have been shocked with what I have discovered in accessing the files relevant to this submission and how my belief in the competency of our local government has been shaken. Out-of-date information of great concern is the council's belief that a plan based on out-of-date and erroneous information can be successful. This relates to the population growth, which is grown at twice the rate predicted in the plan for Cambridge, and makes the estimated life to Victoria Bridge wrong, and makes a third bridge a very urgent need, immediate action. In trying to inform myself about the past, I downloaded the 2007 Cambridge Traffic Study Final Report prepared by Gabites Porter, May 2007 from the Waipa District website. To my shock, it is a 2014 edition, document set ID 4787770, version 1, version date 05/02/2014. You just need to look at the second page, the third page, and you'll see it down in the bottom left-hand corner. Your print date is on the right-hand corner. This produces much concern, as it seems that it may have been edited to reflect a later attitude. Councillors should ensure that it is the original that is available. This increases the distrust that many Cambridge people feel for the council staff and councillors for doing a complete about-face from the 2010-2020 district plan on the siting and construction of a third bridge. The fact that it is totally excluded from the 2021-2031 plan is incomprehensible. This quote from the Becker report of 2020, however, the report highlighted the risks posed to the traffic flows should Victoria Bridge be taken out of service. Council has programmed to take it out of action for a while in this plan with no backup. Bridge postings limits. Postings, council ignored the bridge design engineer recommendation in upping the vehicle gross weight limit 50% to 3 tonnes and the speed from 25 to 30 kph. Weight, a complete lack of policing weight limits. Modern SUVs such as Toyota Land Cruisers have a gross weight, GVWR, well over 3 tonnes. They travel every day across it. Speed, the limit is not enforced. The traffic almost always travels 40 kph. Even a cyclist recently pressurized me to speed up from 30 kph. Bridge reports. The numerous caveats in recent reports on the structure may well affect the public liability insurance that council holds should anything unforeseen happen, and may put individual councillors at risk. Urban mobility. The present trial compromises the whole traffic management in Cambridge by sending Hamilton traffic up the main street, by removing the one route to Hamilton that does not go through the roundabouts at the Town Hall or St Andrew's Church. Removing car routes, forcing drivers to detour means longer journeys and more pollution from extra fuel. Speed humps have proved to cause considerable extra fuel use and pollutant gases. The trial affects safety of Cambridge residents, emergency services, one-way, etc. Reduced parking and the negative effect to 94% of the population, positive effect to 6%. I'll take questions.
So does anybody have a question for Mr. Graham? No, no questions? Wonderful. Okay, look, thank you, Mr. Graham, for your submission and for the information you've provided us with today. It's very helpful.
The rest is in my submission.
Yes, no, we have it there. You can rest assured.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you, Whitehall, for listening.
No, you're welcome. Okay, so the next two submitters have not appeared yet, but then the third one, which is Jenny Darkham, is zooming in. So I think if we can link her in, we're ready to go with her. Oh, yeah, okay, so
good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Hi, I've got Ruth with me as well. I think she's also going to be let in. We've got Ruth Button on as well.
Jenny, can I just interrupt you for 1 second there? I just have to let our members here know that Jenny was supposed to have submitted yesterday. There was a misunderstanding, so she's submitting today instead. I'm not sure what the number, 831 is the page number for her submission. Right, we're all good at this end. Jenny, take it away when you're ready. A bell will ring at 4 minutes so that you can understand you have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. So if Ruth could start off, if she's...
I will. I don't think you can see my video. Apologies, it's not working, but I'll just start anyway, and then we'll go through. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the summary of what we've got in the proposal. At Strategic Grants, we work with not-for-profit organisations in New Zealand really to help build their capacity. There are so many small organisations out there that they struggle to get funding, and we know that the council can't fund them all, and through your funding programs, you just need to have alternative sources for your community groups to deliver their projects. So the proposal, the way it works, is that we put together a customised grants calendar, one for the council, which is to help you to source funding for your projects. So we build the calendar, and it's got all the relevant grants in Waipa in your council area, and other national ones that you could apply to as well for your projects. So that's the one side of it, to help you seek funding for your council. The other side is for the community groups, specifically those small ones that have an income of less than 1.5 million, because those are ones that often really struggle and they don't have the resources or the capacity to spend time looking for grants as well. So how that works is our GEM Local database. We give them access to that and send out a monthly grants calendar, which is constantly updated, so that they'll get a rolling calendar that shows just the current grants available for them to apply to in the area. And so that's pretty much how it works. We're really all about helping you to help your community groups and build the capacity of them. And it just works on a subscription basis, depending on the number of organisations that you would like to include in that. So it could be 50 organisations or 100 organisations, and the cost of the subscription goes on a rolling scale based on that. So that's the basic overview. Jenny, did you want to add anything at this stage?
Yes, I would like to, thank you. We did a small presentation earlier to the council and sent our proposal, and it was quite interesting to get the feedback that obviously Community Waikato is utilised a lot as a referral for smaller groups who are battling to get their funding strategy going. Just to let you know that we network in with Community Waikato. I've had quite long chats to Sarah. We've also engaged with Exalt and FINS, who are quite key in the funding network in this area and New Zealand nationwide. So we've identified loops already in the network, and all of us working together, hopefully nobody needs to miss out on having an uplifting and educational funding strategy, so we can all help in with that, and it just creates a stronger, more resilient society with a lot of our little sort of lower income networks needing a bit of a hand up, and we're here to help and to educate and upskill them as well. So it's all about the big picture and all working in together. So hopefully that helps, and everything's detailed in our proposal.
It is, and yeah, as you said, we've had really positive results from Ruapehu and Auckland and Rotorua councils. So we've got those kind of stats to go on as well to show as evidence that the system is working.
Okay, ladies, thank you very much for that. Questions, Claire and then Roger.
Thanks very much for zooming in for our meetings today. I'm interested in how much the subscription might be if it was for 50 organisations that we would be trying to assist. Or, I mean, the other thing is I am part of a not-for-profit group, and we do benefit from help from Community Waikato, and I'm wondering whether or not that your advisory service would actually be available via Community Waikato anyway. Yeah, so 2 questions there.
So I'll take the first one. So the cost for the subscription for 50 community groups to access GEM Local and the grants calendar is $8,500 a year.
And then jumping on to the second part of the question, yes, we're already chatting with Community Waikato, with Sarah, about having joint opportunities, joint referrals. So the wider network definitely covering everybody. How that will pan out, we will let you know, but there's definitely a good synergy between us.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, no, my question was exactly the same as Claire's, and that was the cost of, thank you.
I don't think there are any other questions for you, Jenny and Ruth. Look, thank you for introducing yourself and your organisation to the elected membership and for your time today, and obviously making the effort to come in via Zoom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. So the next, we're going to skip the next submitter. He hasn't appeared yet, but then the one after him, Mr. Brent Montgomery, is. So let's hear from Mr. Montgomery. Good morning. Take a seat, Mr. Montgomery, if you want. Press the button. You've got 5 minutes. The bell will ring at 4. And just start when you're ready.
Right, okay. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this hearing. Mine is will be very brief. It's on Lake Te Keutu, which I've had a connection with for 60 years now. It was a playground for me with my mate during primary school years when he was the station master in Cambridge. I have noticed the decline in water evident over these years, and attempts to solve it either have always failed or entered into the too hard basket. My theories on remedies are my own. I am no engineer, but my working life has been involved in site works, drainage, farming at Karapiro, and currently I'm upgrading the vehicle tracks on Sanctuary Mountain for the MEIT over the summer months. So I just think it's time for action, and I'm encouraged by the proactive stance the council are taking on Lake Te Keutu. Now, you should have had my little handout, so I'll just pretty much just run through that. That my submission is broken into 2 areas: stormwater entry into the lake from the western arm and the silt build-up in the lake. I am all for the improvements outlined in the reserve concept plan, but after the Public Awareness Day in April, I was not convinced the main issues of contamination were being addressed. My observations of the frequent user of the lake walkways are that the stormwater entry into the lake below the Tom Wells track is spilling unfiltered contaminated water into the lake. The film on the water at the spill structure, especially after heavy rain, is very evident. It is documented that William Reid in 1882 wrote, "If the main sewer is delivered into the lake, it will turn into what is now a beautiful sheet of pure spring water into a filthy pond." His comments went unheeded, even though water was used for household purposes in summer when the water was scarce. The capture and funneling of the water into the lake is a man-made problem, which has to be corrected by a man-made solution, and then in my mind anyway, and then let the wetlands and proposed water garden do their job. My stance is that council needs to address their previous council where previous councils have, for whatever reason chosen not to. Funding will be up there, I'm sure, but after many years of procrastination, I sense this council wants to address the issue, and hence my interest. I have researched, and there are filter systems, I believe, that can take up to 80% of contaminants out of the stormwater before entering a wetland. My second issue is the silt buildup. There are solutions, and I have contacted the contractor, given the contract to remove silt from Pukekura Park in New Plymouth. They have a process that is low impact and would not require a park shutdown. I have copies of his email, which people have got. He has allowed me to use those, and I didn't add in there, but he assures me that his contract was a success. In summary, I just think that we need to address the man-made problem first, remove silt, create the wetland, and then create the water gardens. I'm pretty passionate about this, so I'll be following up on all developments that happen in the future, but I hope the council will pick up this time and not do what previous councils have done and just put it away and let it go. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Look, any questions for Mr. Montgomery's submission? Pretty straightforward, sensible
Okay. So
proposals you've made there.
I'm very passionate about this lake, so I'll be keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, no, we welcome your attention and focus on it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We might just have to adjourn briefly because we don't have any submitters. We've had a few no-shows there, so we may be able to bring somebody forward from 11:40, but Sharon's not around. So yeah, just do a brief adjournment. So sorry about juggling around here. Peter Hand hasn't appeared, neither has Rose Hunt. Paul Langlands, who's the gentleman we met yesterday, the dirt jumper, he's supposed to have been in at 11:20, which is in a few minutes. He may still appear at that time. We've just heard from Mr. Montgomery, so then Nick Murphy would be the next, but it's quite some 10 minutes ahead of time, so we sort of have to sit and wait. Sharon is, but she wasn't in here. I think they're going to go and see if they could find her and potentially bring her forward. So we'll just adjourn for a couple of minutes, so we take a pause. Yeah, if you want to, early. You're not late. No, I know. Yeah. Change your mind out here. No, it's okay. If you're ready to go, we are. Excellent. Fantastic. Thank you, Sharon. So our next submitter is Sharon Sterling, whom we have heard from this morning, but welcome back, Sharon. You have 5 minutes. A bell will ring at 4, just to remind you of the time constraints. Just take it away when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me again. I take it you've read my submission. It's only a little one this time. I've given you my thoughts on most of the topics you indicated you wanted feedback on, but clearly the one that's dear to my heart is your plan for our War Memorial Park. The campaign of misinformation has been mentioned recently, and with that in mind, I'd like to clarify one major point, which I do mention in my submission. Within a few years of the end of the Second World War, communities up and down New Zealand were erecting war memorials to honour their fallen heroes. A grant scheme was offered by the government of the day, whereby money donated by the public was matched, pound for pound, by the Department of Internal Affairs. The criteria were that war memorials be a community centre, facilities to provide a cultural and recreational centre for all sections of the community. It was expected that war memorials would be vested in the local authority for perpetual maintenance. Te Amuru and surrounding districts was among those communities. We were a little bit different, a wee bit outside the box. While most other communities were building community halls, war memorial halls, we planned and constructed a large, beautiful park as our war memorial. 8 acres more or less, with ceremonial monuments and formal features built of stone to be permanent, open lawns, secluded places, a playground for children, all linked by meandering pathways. Trees planted then are now mature. The concept of a park as a war memorial was so far outside the box in the 1950s that some quite intelligent people in the 21st century still aren't getting it. This park is our town's war memorial, one of our town's claims to fame, our big ticket heritage item. Te Awamutu is not only the rose town of New Zealand, it's also the town with a large, beautiful park for its war memorial. To suggest our park is unique because it has dual memorial and recreational functions is misleading. Dual memorial and recreational functions were a prerequisite to secure the funding available. What's unique about our war memorial is that it's a large, beautiful park. This entire park, from Mutu Street to the netball courts, is our dedicated war memorial. And all of our war memorial is for the cultural and recreational needs of all the community, vested in our local council for perpetual maintenance. Anyone thinking otherwise is mistaken or misled. All of this is simple, basic kindergarten stuff to the people of Te Awamutu. We've grown up on it. There's a whole town full of good and decent people out there who know that our War Memorial Park is vested in this council to be maintained into perpetuity. Please honour that commitment. Now, if council were to plan something beautiful alongside our Memorial Park, further along the Mangahoe or on the banks of the Mangapiko nearby, we'd help you build it. We're good people. We're decent people. Our Memorial Park is testament to what can be achieved by a town full of people working together. So what I'm asking you today is do not sell the family silver or allocate any other funds to the Memorial Park concept plan. In fact, I'd like you to abandon it completely without wasting any more of our money on it at all. What I would like you to do is fast track the repair and restoration of our riverbanks. This is urgent. You have a project in front of you, project PR2217. Please fund it fully so that our stream banks can be secured before anything else happens to them. 10 years is too long. You could do it in 5. And find a home for our train. The Climax 1317 engine, which lived in the Memorial Park throughout our childhood, is as fully restored as is humanly possible. I understand talks are ongoing. Please just get on with it. People are getting old and dying waiting to see our train project finished. Don't even start me about the bridge. Thank you very much for listening quietly. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Sharon. Does anybody have any questions or points of clarification they require from Sharon in terms of her submission? No, no questions. Thank you very much, Sharon. Again, presented very well, and thank you.
Thank you.
No, we're at a bit of a loss now, people, in terms of submissions. None of the submitters in the next wee while have appeared yet. Obviously, we are running ahead of time. So again, we'll just have to take a bit of a brief break until we have a submitter appear. Right, welcome back everybody. We have a submitter next up called Alison Story. Mrs. Story. Miss Story? Ms. Story? Miss. That's such a silly term. Hey, Alison, feel free to take a seat at the submitters table. Yeah, absolutely. All eyes on you. Now the alarm bell will ring at 4 minutes, just to warn you, you've got 1 minute left. Don't be too petrified. Thank you. Just start when you're ready. Okay. Pretty casual around here.
Thanks. 5 minutes. All I'm going to talk for is 5 minutes. This is going to be the trick. Thank you for letting me talk to this. So I put in a submission about in support of the urban mobility and the long-term plan. So I'm a sports scientist by trade. So I thought I'd go to the science. You guys probably already know this, but I want to support you in this. So in Aotearoa, there's about 3/4 of urban trips that are undertaken in a private motor vehicle, 15 to 20% of trips by walking, and only 1 to 4% by cycling. And that's from the Ministry of Transport in 2017. And 2/3 of children and young people are classified as insufficiently active for health, which is where my driver comes from. Because New Zealand's got the 3rd highest obesity rates in the OECD. We're only 2nd behind the US, which is pretty bad for all kinds of things like diabetes. 7% of New Zealand adults have diabetes, further 25.5% meet the criteria for pre-diabetes from a study in 2013. And motorised transport contributes 40% of New Zealand's carbon emissions and the fastest growing source of climate pollution and change, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. Road traffic injuries are also a major cause of death and disability in New Zealand, pretty high for an OECD country and particularly among young people. Deaths from vehicle-related air pollution in New Zealand are comparable to those from road traffic incidents. So that's the depressing bit, but the stats that we so need to get more people out on bikes and walking. So I am in complete support of doing more and more of that. So I'm just I found a few studies, not very many, I'm not going to give you too much today, but Journal of Transport and Health in 2015, they did a qualitative survey with local residents and retailers before and after a cycleway in Sydney, Australia, and discovered that more people used it later on. The only barriers appeared to be lack of bike ownership and the perceptions about the path rather than attitudinal behaviours. Road education was needed to reduce those barriers. A 2017 survey in Canada concluded that modifications increased, like putting more sidewalks and cycleways in, increased the overall levels of neighbourhood-based physical activity. A 2008 study about parental involvement in active transport to school. So this is my biggie. So they explored the parental perception of these active transport strategies, and barriers to participation included lack of time, which we've all had before, and preference for auto travel. So parents also had safety concerns. So whatever the case, parental participation facilitates a successful initiative. So if I was to make any suggestions about how you need to increase people's buy-in, you need to kind of get into those schools and talk to the parents about how to get involved. So parental chauffeurs was another study I found in the Journal of Transport Geography in 2013. Everybody knows you're supposed to be fitter and healthier. Children should use active transport to get to school, but social trust and concern about injury were the prominent variables. So public policy interventions that aim to improve road safety, increase community connectedness and build social trust may be important to encourage active transport for children. So my suggestions to the people that are against putting in more cycleways and walkways is, firstly, please jump on a bike and just see how much more safe that you feel, even with the Streets for People initiative that's going on in Cambridge. Every cyclist that I've talked to feels safer going up the one-way street next to on that dual cycleway next to the primary school there than they do up the main road now, because you don't have the cars all backing out on you. please do the research. So it's easy for people to just listen to each other or look on Facebook, but go and do the research and look at the science, Google Scholar if you must, and find all the positive outcomes all over the world and all over the country that are coming from building more cycle and walkway infrastructure. And another thing that I'd really like to see if somehow the council and Sport Waikato or something can work together is on road safety, cycle safety projects for kids. Because I saw one stupid comment where someone said, oh, the dual cycleway is teaching kids to cycle the wrong way up the road. Are you serious? So, yeah, I think if we can, I think if we can get parents involved in that active transport for the kids, and I'm definitely in support of it on from a health perspective of getting more people out there. It's better for the planet. And everyone should just be a bit kinder to each other.
Yeah, here. Hey, thank you so much, Alison, for your enthusiasm. I love it. And Liz, question for...
I just have to say it's lovely to see you here, Alison. I don't know if it's that we have seen you since the McDonald's came to town. So I just have to put that out there because we all remember your views on that. So, hey, look, thanks for your passion and your commitment to this project, because we need to hear from yourself and we need to hear the positive side, because there has been obviously a lot of concern. What I was going to ask you was, can you just share the work, the research you have done, because it wasn't in your submission. Just whip me through an email with where you've got all of the website addresses, and I'll share it amongst all the councillors, because it is actually really helpful in our deliberations.
Oh, good, good, no problem.
I was going to ask the same thing. Any other questions, Roger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good to hear a lot of that research coming through, and I likewise would be interested in having access to it. There is an urban mobility working group within council, and one of the issues that we did identify was lack of ownership. Is lack of ownership an issue?
Lack of bike ownership?
Lack of bike ownership. Is it an issue in Waipa? I don't know. And if it is, what is the solution that's there for us to take hold of?
I think there's plenty of secondhand bikes in Cambridge, Town of Champions. I think if you just put the word out, there's enough people with them sitting in their garages, or former elite cyclists have got 3 in their garage they're not using anymore. I don't think that if you actually really wanted to get on bikes, there's some at the Lions every week for $10. I think that lack of bike ownership is just a bit of a throwaway line.
Is that a potential project for a social?
Definitely, I think so. Yeah,
the organisation.
Yeah, and I wondered about those, those walking school bus things. Whether there's some initiative in there with a walking peloton or something where you could, have kids following. I don't know how easy it is to get parents on board to lead those kind of things, and pick up kids at each street corner kind of thing. Because if you have this massive kids in a peloton on bikes, I dare any driver to go too fast past that, and then that. There's a tipping point. I know in the research there's a tipping point of bikes versus cars, like places in the Netherlands and Denmark, where the bikes outnumber the cars. Car driver behaviour changes because there's more bikes on the road. So I'm just so pro getting more bikes out there, because then people will friggin' slow down.
Mike, I think you look like you're going to say something.
Well, first of all, an apology. When McDonald's came to town, we got $5,000 for a swimming pool, but anyway, back on track. Sorry, back to the cycleway. Hey, look, I was coming back from the submission hearings. I was going on the way here yesterday morning, actually, and exactly what you said about a little peloton. There was a couple of parents with a group of children in a very nice uniform, and they're all in the middle of the parents cycling safely on this carriageway that's been built for them. And I thought, hey, that's actually awesome. I wish I could have taken a photo of it. And also, I know there's been data collected, and anecdotally, I think what we're going to get back is the actual numbers, even over this past sort of 5 or 6 weeks or something this project's been going, that the uptake, even in that short time, I think we're going to be quite surprised, and it's going to be very positive. And then there's anecdotal stuff too that'll come through, I'm sure, from schools and that sort of thing. So I agree. You can't listen too much to the naysayers. that some people can make a lot of noise, and also I think we've got to be really careful, Alison, of listening to the real squeaky wheel people, or organisations. Is that this is for the betterment of the community. So well done for coming in. Thank you.
That's right. I'm here to try and squeak a bit louder.
We like your squeaking. Anybody else have a question for Alison while she's here? Look, I really look forward to receiving copies of that research.
Oh, cool.
Really important that we base our decisions around actual data and evidence.
That's right, eh?
Yeah. Really important to get that, as well as people's views, obviously, but you know, data and research is pretty influential in a lot of our thinking.
So can I just say one thing? I'd be really, really interested, and I've put this on the streets for people feedback already. All these people saying, oh, the parks are gone and blah, 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 and it's too hard to drop my kids off. I'd be really interested to see how many of those parents are driving 3 blocks to drop their kids off. I wonder if that's something worth doing. And then if you can show that those 3 blocks are safer, and there's all this data to show that it's safer. I mean, I honestly, really?
It would be quite good if we had access inroads to a school community that might actually be able to assist in
That's right.
Data.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Imagine.
Kind of why I brought it up, really.
Yeah. Excellent. Hey, look, thank you so much. I assume there are no further questions for Alison? No. Hey, yeah, thank you once again. Look forward to receiving that data.
Cool.
Cheers.
You're welcome. Thanks for letting me speak.
Now we've got a small change here afoot. We're moving down a couple of submitters to Alan Torpari. Mr. Torpari, feel free to take a seat at the front here at the submitters table. Start when you're ready. No, we are. We're the ones who are on it. A bell will ding at 4 minutes just to remind you that there's a minute to go. So start when you're ready. Welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. That's my greeting to you, all MPs. I really feel so privileged and honored that I was given the opportunity to say a few words. One thing that I always dream for Cambridge, because I live in Cambridge, that Cambridge can become capital of God's own. Because after all, that in the national anthem, Ko Di Pena New Zealand, and I feel qualified to speak up for it because I'm a believer myself. And one thing that a good sign of Cambridge, that's when the cross being reinstalled. I think Mike, remember me that, yeah. And I would like to see this one here, building connected communities. Just remember, thousands communicate, but only few connect in this life. I would like to see in the personalities that live in Waipa district have the ability to connect to people, to the neighbors, or to the world that make Cambridge become well known. And my dream was such that I invest myself with Pendant, Cambridge, New Zealand. Cambridge got to be different from other Cambridge. Yeah, I read Cambridge different places in the world. Cambridge in UK, of course, that's only well known for the university. But I would like to see Cambridge, New Zealand, as real home for the broken-hearted, for disadvantaged. They feel when they come to Cambridge, make difference. Yeah. And I would give my everything to make that happen in Cambridge. If you increase my rate to 10-fold, so be it. That's from me. Yeah. Yeah. And you have libraries and museums that can be utilized far greater than just to see vintage things or read books. If in the library there's just a space for meter square, I have opportunity to kneel down to keep up my prayer. That's what it's all about. Because when I have to make this application, My supplication is for the whānau of 5 million. I always say, oh Lord, you drive away the COVID-19 and the unknown from the God's Son. Thank you.
So, look, does anybody have a question at all, for Mr. Taupiri? Claire.
Thank you very much for coming along to speak to us today. So in sort of setting up those spaces, you know, like at the libraries or at swimming pools or whatever, like, would you be willing to work with staff to sort of make sure that could be done appropriately?
I would, you know, you don't need to build a room. just corner, you know, that I can, you know, pull my prayer mat and I could, you know, do my prayer. That's all I need.
Yeah, well, we just want to, you know, if, I wouldn't be very surprised if we don't take up your suggestion. We just want to make sure that we do it in the correct way, you know, because
And Cambridge, you know, again, library should be alive. People with the talent, with the vision, with like they're able to hear, you know, their voice. But just Cambridge, I already wear my neck. Yeah, really. So the Home of Champions should be more wider.
Wonderful. Hey, thank you for that. Any other questions, Mr. Taupiri? No. Look, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today and sharing in particular your passion and love of Cambridge.
Very much. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
honored, yeah.
Have a
Thanks
good
much.
day.
Yeah, very well.
So we've had Mac Turley cancel, that's at 12, so we can cross that one out. We still haven't had a show from the people previous to Sharon. So we're kind of about up to Ruth Webb, which is at 12:05. Oh, he's the Zoom chap, he's here? He's not in the waiting room, okay. So you see how on your forms it says Pamela Thackeray not attending, where we're going to slip in there Neil McInnes from the Water Safety New Zealand group, and he's attending via Zoom, but he's not in the waiting room for Zoom just yet. So we're sort of find ourselves twiddling our fingers again. So lunch is here, but I'm just mindful we've got a couple of people who we have scheduled before lunch, and this guy could well appear any minute. So we'll just have to take a wee break and let you know when Mr. McInnes appears. Good to go? Excellent. So if we just resume our hearing, we have Mr. Neil McInnes on behalf of Water Safety New Zealand zooming in to talk to us today. His submissions appear on page 810 of our agenda. So good morning, Mr. McInnes.
Kia ora, can you hear me?
We certainly can. Look at that, technology, amazing.
Yes, it's been a bit of a day for technology with the Microsoft Outlook failure, so bear with me.
No, excellent. We can hear you. Look, we have, you've got 5 minutes, or should have 10 minutes actually allocated. And you'll hear possibly a ding at about 9, just to remind you you've got a minute to go. So take it away.
Kia ora tātou, mahi ki ngā rangatira, tēnā rā tātou katoa. My name's Neil McInnes. I'm the Water Safety New Zealand Capability and Investment Manager. I run our annual funding round as well as lead our advocacy and policy advice function. And as a part of that, I am leading our work on long-term plans. So this year we're submitting to all council long-term plans. The key message here is that I'm not seeking funding. I'm seeking better relationships with local government around drowning prevention and water safety. In our submission, you will see we have identified how drowning prevention and water safety links in with the 4 well-beings. We are looking to work with local government organisations around identifying what should be done in localities. This isn't something that we can tell you. We believe this is information you can provide us. And we are a funder, and we also have other funders who work with us, so we can come to the party with something. Our key message is that we actually want to work together and explore areas where local knowledge can help develop initiatives. And beyond that, I don't have much more to say, and I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you, Neil. You know, it's always refreshing when a submission starts off, I'm not here to get money from you. So that was certainly welcome to hear. Look, does anybody
It's gone down well everywhere I've said it.
I'm sure. Look, elected members, does anybody have a question for Neil in respect of his submission? No, there's a lot of nodding heads around the table suggesting there's a significant amount of support for you and your organisation, Mr. McInnes. So, look, Jim has a comment to make.
Chair, just a question really in terms of the support, and it's really appropriate that you're speaking today because we're opening our most recent aquatic centre in Cambridge on Friday, which is $20+ million worth of swimming pools. So. It's really, and the feedback we get is that a number of people can't actually afford swimming lessons and water safety education. Is there some means of getting that grants or funding for programs that would be run in our pool complexes?
Yes. We have a program called Water Skills for Life, which is targeted at primary school children. We work with providers to deliver lessons aimed at water safety skills development as opposed to swimming lessons per se. We target our funding towards low decile and those who have limited capability. So the step would be for either your provider or the council staff to make a submission to us to deliver Water Skills for Life. But just to note, we tend to be a part funder. We tend not to do 100% funding. We're looking for partners. So again, somebody like, I don't know, the Lion Foundation or the New Zealand Community Trust, or even through Sport NZ, could also pick up the other part of it. But there's definitely, that's what we do fund. That is our core program.
Thank you for that clarification, Neil. Any other questions for Neil while he's online? No further questions. Hey, look, thank you so much for your time, and I'm glad we managed to connect with you finally.
Yes, thank you. It was a bit difficult. It's raining and there's a whole range of things that have conspired against me today, but thanks for that.
No, we heard you loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye now.
Cheers. Bye. So our next submitter is Ruth Webb from Pirongia, I believe. Ruth, take a seat up here at the submitters table. A bell will ding at about 4 minutes. And start when you're ready.
Good morning, or yep, still morning. I had 2 submissions in, one personal and one for the community association. So both of them were very similar, and I can't come back this afternoon to do the community association one. So I'll just go through. You've obviously got a list of the issues that were raised through a public meeting in September based on community safety and looking at providing a safer community for the Pirongia area. We had 30 attendees at that meeting from various different aspects of the community and raised issues around about getting to school safely, providing facilities for our young people, our young adults, poor lighting, open drains and antisocial behaviour. One of the key things we were looking at were security cameras. So obviously building on what has been done in Te Awamutu and in Cambridge and Leamington and Kiki, at entrances to our village to try and make it a safer community. So the other aspect was around about for the young adults, somewhere that we can actually have, if they don't have transport to come into facilities in Te Awamutu, that there is something for them in the village to try and prevent that antisocial behaviour that has been sort of beginning to sort of be a bit more prevalent, and especially with the growth that we're having in our community as well, with another subdivision has been approved or in the process of being approved. So it'll be another 80 or so houses added to the village again. Yes, so that's pretty much, you've got the list of things, our wish list.
You have 10 minutes.
Oh, I've got 10 minutes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but yes, on account of you not appearing yesterday for your organisation, I think it's fair to say that we'd like to hear from you longer than just the 5.
Excellent. So you have in front of you the issues that were raised as part of that community safety. Obviously, compared to the last submitter, we do need funding for those sort of aspects. And obviously, as a community, there's some of the things that we are willing to help with that through the community association and to be part of that facilitator for those aspects with the village. The things like the access to school and the footpaths, in particular with the new subdivision going into Collinson Street, the developer has to put footpaths up as far as where it comes into the new section, but there's no footpaths from the old section into the village. So obviously there's no connectivity there with the access on the footpaths. Yeah, so that's probably all I've really got to say. Were there any questions? Yes,
anybody have any questions? Right, Claire.
Thanks, Ruth. Really good to see you here today. 2 big questions for me is, firstly, the young people, you know, that having something for them to do. Some other people have made submissions about a skate park.
Yes.
Yeah. So would you say that there's a lot of support in the community for a skate park? Because I mean, there's only, I suppose, less than 5, I guess, about the skate park. But I just wanted to get an idea from you whether you thought there's stronger support than that.
Yeah, from the meeting we had in September, one of the aspects that did come up was looking about what do we do with our young people that can't drive or don't have that option to go into town. We've got very little employment opportunities for younger people as well within the village if you can't drive. So yes, the skate park, it's not only a skate park, it's an area where young people can safely go to a space and to sort of hang out. Really, that was the main thing, because there were plans to develop a senior playground on the Rangimarai Reserve, but those plans were changed. So the older kids were quite looking forward to that area where they could actually go and play, which they no longer have that. But it would be like an area where the children could congregate safely.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not there's an opportunity to actually do a bit more consultation on like the loss of that senior playground, or whether or not there could be something more apart from the skate park. Yeah, like sort of having a wider lens for youth activities or something. Yeah. What would you think about that?
Oh, definitely open to to those discussions. There's always two camps when it comes to skate parks, and I think sometimes it depends on who shouts the loudest. But definitely, this has been an issue that I was talking to someone, and they said my kids who are now in their 30s, whose children are now attending the Parongia school, they were looking for this sort of facility, 30 years ago. So it has been on the books.
And the other question I had was about Sainsbury Road Reserve, 205 Sainsbury Road. We've had quite a few submissions on horse riding opportunities, but I'm also very aware that the entranceway to 205 Sainsbury Road, where the horse riders want to, sort of arrive at and offload their floats and things like that, that it's just past a blind corner, and that there have been safety issues with that. So, I mean, what are your thoughts about more horse riders using Sainsbury Road for horse riding, and whether or not you thought that those safety issues could be mitigated in some satisfactory way?
Well, I think definitely the Sainsbury Reserve is a massive asset for the horse sort of community and the facilities there. I'm a resident on Sainsbury Road, so it is, we've had a few near misses, and the concern is that entrance isn't really suitable when you've got 2 or 3 floats in convoy. And also the first corner that you come to as you're traveling up Sainsbury Road, that there is a tendency, especially with larger vehicles, that you have to cut the corner. And I've had 2 near misses on that with my children in the car. And we're not the only ones. That other neighbours, we run a bed and breakfast, and we had one of our guests nearly taken out by another vehicle on the wrong side of the road. So also the camber is not great on there, but it does need, I think we'll probably need to look at upgrading the road just to allow for the amount of traffic, not only with the floats, but also with the mountain bike traffic that's on that road now. And parking is always an issue when there's events happening as well. Yeah.
Thank you for your observations there. Anybody have any questions? Lou.
Good afternoon, Ruth. And just quickly, I see that you have in your submission here that you'd like a multi-purpose hall. I believe the Parongia does have a hall out there that has just been resurrected from being demolished or anything because of earthquake.
Yes.
And you've invested that as a memorial hall. Surely is that a community hall?
We have lots of facilities within the village. We are very blessed that way. Though there are some, I'm sitting on the fence because I have to be with my position as chairperson for the community association. We have some of our community who feel the whole, the memorial hall in particular, obviously, is the historical value there, and the history behind that and the reason behind that. And there are some that say the halls within the village are not fit for purpose going forward with just the acoustics and sort of the facilities and the way that they're used. So there's definitely 2 camps that sit there. Yes, that's a big can of worms. But yes, we are very blessed with the facilities we currently have in the village.
I just wondered if you said a community hall.
Yeah, I'd rather not say. I can talk to you afterwards where my personal opinion is, but I can't really in the position I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very political there. Anybody have any other questions for Ruth? No? Look, thank you so much, Ruth. It's really important that we hear from people who have all the feelers, if you like, out into some of the smaller settlements in our district. We sometimes make the mistake of not being completely connected or having really good inroads and flows of information. So it's really interesting to hear some of your observations, particularly around things like the use of that road, unless you drive it regularly, you wouldn't know, would you? So you're kind of an expert for us on that space. So thank you very much for your submission and your efforts and all the work you do for the community in Parongia.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
He's not. Okay, so Mr. Wheatley was the next one, but he hasn't shown. So I wonder if perhaps we break early for lunch. Yeah, we'll break early for lunch, I think, and come back at 12:45 for Tania Rutherford. And if we are able to squeeze in that deliberation around fees and charges at some time through the afternoon, we'll do it if we can. Okay, so we'll adjourn for lunch.
decision at the time, but really what I'm using that as an example for is just saying, are we being bold enough? Are we using the opportunity that we have now, which is unique? We are blessed to be an incredible region of Waipa with wonderful diversity, and the challenge for you and the responsibility for all of us is to maintain that balance of diversity and improve on it. And secondly, to ensure that we put the right foundations in place to manage and help the growth, encourage investment, and make the place that we live, work and play in that much better, but not for today, for our future generations. So please, are you in your decision-making process being bold enough? That's my message for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tania, for your challenge to us. Comments or questions rather of Tania in respect of her submission? No questions. You scared them.
I don't think so.
No, thank you. And I will have that song stuck in my brain for the rest of the day. Just
That's right,
just
but
noting.
the word bold is what I wanted. Thank you.
It's heard loud and clear. Thank you, Tania. Now we have a slight change now in terms of our order on account of people's availability. We'll ask Mr. So Hilary Nobes. Fantastic. Welcome. Take a seat, Ms. Nobes, and just over there directly in front of me. Excellent. And just start when you're ready.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Hilary Nobes tōku ingoa. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I did not make a verbal submission to you before, and I'm glad you have taken notice of our previous submissions and altered your plans as a result. Often I feel it is an obligation of councils to consult, but the result has already been decided. So I'm hopeful and grateful for your further consideration of the changes planned for the Memorial Park. I had been away from Te Awamutu for many years. On first revisiting the Memorial Park, I was quite upset. The Peace Cross had roses in it, but not all, the Peace Rose. It was as if the purpose of the cross had been forgotten. I then moved over for the other side of the road and found the lily pond had gone, and the features of the other garden. Where were the bridges? The fountain didn't work. This was really very poignant for me. I felt the water was something that took away from the horror of the bombs that fountain to me represented. I have had family and people affected by the Nagasaki bomb, and also have had members who were really affected from being imprisoned during the war and had tattoos on their arms. The lake, enough said. No one would want to paddle or fall into it now. So it was no surprise to me that the council wanted to improve this space. But my mother was on the group who helped develop this park for the town. As a child, I remember her saying, we could just put up another cenotaph as every other town is doing. It would cost less and it would require less in upkeep. Do you think the council will maintain this park into the future? It was such a lovely idea and such a beautiful park that they were developing that I felt confident that this would happen. If I remember correctly, they tried to keep it so that no more than 1 or 2 men's salaries would be needed to maintain it. They tried to raise the money for further features, but they settled on fewer, also to keep this park practical as I understood it. I felt she had been badly let down and the purpose of the park had been lost. You asked on our form if we wanted the park left as it is. To me, it has been neglected. No one wants that. I'm not against change, but the town has had a real asset in its park. It was renowned throughout New Zealand. I also felt that the citizens liked parks. Since I had left the town, a Centennial Park was put in. I also feel it is a little neglected. And we have a sculpture park. We will need these spaces with the town growing. They could be a real asset to the town. Te Awamutu did not go for cows, Morrinsville, or bees. They went for roses. And while I love the children's park and the bike area, and it is used a lot by my family, the rose garden shape has gone overall. And while we are not here to discuss this, we need to advertise our town. We have a way to do this with our parks and can advertise Hamilton Gardens. Come on now to Te Awamutu for parks and history. Both Māori and Pākehā fought together during this war. Māori po to me, or something appropriate things in that way would be very appropriate. We remember the New Zealand wars. We have a pioneer walk. Why not add to these with the history of the Memorial Park? Feel free to plant the riverbanks, to put in a bike path, but please don't destroy the park features by doing so. I ride a bike all the time. Could a one-way road serve for this purpose too? Upgrade the children's playground, put in barbecues, but also retain and improve the features that at least we originally have and acknowledge them. I am pleased to see that the fernery is growing particularly well. Plaques to explain the features could also continue the history theme. We could have plaques too for the history of the buildings in our town, as Takaka has. While preserving the park, the history idea could go further. Look after the parks and advertise our town as a town of history and parks and roses. While this park was a memorial, everything in it was of significance, like the bridges. When the cenotaph was praised at the Anzac service on the 25th of April, I felt so sad. We nearly got another cenotaph, perhaps that would have been better, but our town got a park, lest we forget. Thank you very much for having listened to me today.
Thank you, Mrs. Nobes, for your very well presented presentation and submission. Has anybody got a question for Mrs. Nobes before she leaves? No? Okay, thank you so much. You have a good day. And next person I believe we have available is Mr. Smith, Angus Smith. Welcome, Mr. Smith. Staff will have a little timer that will go at 4 minutes just to give you an idea of how much time you have at hand. Just start when you're ready.
Thank you. Councillors, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Appreciate that. My submission is about the Waipaen District World War II Memorial Park. And I've got a little bit of background with military stuff. My father was a very early volunteer for the Second World War. He fought in Greece, Crete and El Alamein, which was in Egypt. He was captured there and spent 3.5 years in various prisoner of war camps in Germany. And my mother's brother was a padre. He was in he was in Italy, and he was sent into Japan. And he was in Japan 6 weeks after the second bomb was dropped in there, the hydrogen bomb was dropped in there. And in my own case, I was called up for the territorials, Vietnam wartime, and belonged to 16th Field Regiment, which was a artillery regiment. And I knew individuals that went to Vietnam, infantry, artillery, and special air service, and also doctors that went over there. I've met those. Now, there's a fair depth of feeling about that park there in the district, and I'd like to see the Waipaen District War Memorial Park be looked after and kept as it is, more or less, just a little bit of help on that. Now, I understand that the fundraising was done up until 1955, a lot of feeling in the Second World War, and that was handed over to the Waipae Council in the 4th of December 1955 by the then Prime Minister, Sidney Holland, and was blessed with the religious dignitaries. And the emphasis of that park, as I understand it, was those that fought overseas, but a special emphasis on those that lost their lives in the area. And they are named in the cross. And I think that that should always be remembered. It was a special park there for the ones that lost their lives. And I come to a bit of a grizzle now about the amount of money that's been spent with consultation, and I feel that some of that was excessive. And I think that they can't have asked some questions, the consultants, about what the park was all about. Otherwise, we would have had something a little bit different. And I can't understand why there should be $9,040,450 allocated to changing that park. It's a lot of money. I was going to say some words there, but I won't. It was, you know, it'd take a person 100 years to earn that money, more than 100 years to earn that money in the salary. And it's a huge amount of money. And I feel it doesn't need that much money spent on it. Okay, I go there sometimes and just to see what's happening down there, and it's always used. Family groups, people, kids playing in the park, in the playgrounds, and people just wandering around. And I feel very, very comfortable there. And I appreciate those people that had the balls to stand up to Hitler and his Axis cronies, and that includes Japan. It's neat to have a park like that dedicated. It's unusual for New Zealand to have a park, whole park dedicated to this. But I'd go along with some things in your report here that says that things need doing, like the stone bridge. It's neat, but it's too steep. And the pond, well, I'm a farmer at Te Pahu, and I know that if you had more water flowing through that, that would clear itself without any fancy altering around and stuff. Just be practical about it. But the biggest thing I think that, and the reason why I'm here today, is that I think that if there'd been some signage or a plaque outside the main entrance on Mutu Street saying how the park came about, what its purpose is, and what its history is, we wouldn't be here today to discuss this. It would have naturally evolved. I'd like to thank Mark Dawson, particularly for finding out about the minutes of meetings prior to 1955 and around that time. And I come back again to why spend 9 point something million on it. And my final thing is just the same as the previous speaker. Least we forget, least we forget. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It was a very eloquent submission. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Graham.
Angus, you've got in here something about copy the, is it Thames Seagull?
Oh, I haven't spoken about that. Seagull Centre. We belonged over there, and they they've set it up now, I've changed it. And they everything goes through the Seagull Centre before it goes to the tip face. So I did know a lady there was running that a few years ago. We shifted away from there 6 years ago. They used to put $250,000 back into the community from the money they make from things that would normally be dumped. Raglan has something else going, similar sort of thing, but I'd back if Waipa area or Te Awamutu can do something like that, because things, when we were young, we used to go to the tip and take things home, but there is a big lot of money that can be put back in the community, volunteers and so on. It's a fantastic setup that Thames have done. And it's just started with volunteers and just a little building, and it was expanded and expanded and expanded. And it is really good, really good. I didn't put that in my submission because I feel very strongly about that park, and to respect those that have set up things so we can have a say like today here and criticise you people with respect. And in a different situation, if these guys hadn't stood up, we wouldn't be able to do that. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. No other comments? Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Smith. We have a submitter just arrived, but I'm not sure who it is, so I'm just waiting.
Just take a seat. Thank you. And the chair will introduce you. So after Susan's introduced you, then you're free to speak. Okay.
Don't have to switch on.
No, it's all done for you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Welcome, Lois. Lois Knight, is it? Yes, hi. Lois is here to speak to us today on behalf of the RSA and in particular to Bill Lyford's submission. I understand that's correct. And elected members, the page number is 1080. I was going to say 1080, but that could cause issues. Don't mention that. Yeah. So Lois, you've got a unit in front of you with a microphone. If you press the little button that says talk, and the red light, look at that, that's perfect. And so you have 10 minutes, just start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Done this in a bit of a hurry, but the Te Awamutu Returned and Service Association has a close affinity with Memorial Park. It is not only Anzac Day when it is used for memorial services. I will start from Mutu Street. We agree with the road being made one way and a cycle track being established. The front wire fence needs urgent upgrading. Why not a single chain fence with posts and a gateway of bollards? The sunken cross must be retained in its present form. However, further plaques need to be added to recognise recent and current defence deployments. We have among our members people who have been involved in these deployments and lost comrades. No further planting is required. The Bass mural is important, and plaques could also be added to recognise local land wars and give more meaning to the mural. Please keep the existing fernery as it is, but underplanting of small ferns would enhance the area. The Peace Fountain is an important memorial, but its true significance is lost without water flowing through. Again, something needing urgent attention. The bridge over the pond could be easily adapted with ramps so that older folk like me would find it much easier to cross. Nothing should be decided about the pond until a hydrology report is received. No one seems to know where the puna definitely are, and this must be investigated further. The three bridges, one of which is to be replaced, represent the Army, Navy and Air Force, and the RSA would be prepared to donate plaques to signify their meaning. Urgent work needs to be undertaken to prevent further erosion of the riverbank on the Mangahawi stream. Among our members, there are people who would be prepared to assist under council direction with many of the renovations, which could help in keeping costs to a minimum. The RSA agrees there is some upgrading needed in Memorial Park without significant changes to the existing layout. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lois. Does anybody have any questions for Lois while she's here? No? No questions? Fantastic. Look, thank you so much for your time, Lois, and for your submission and that of the RSAs. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
I think a gap has appeared, so we may be able to adjourn our hearings now, but we have to move a recommendation to change the order of our business in order to incorporate, we've got it up, can we check it on the screen, the recommendation, so that we can start deliberating on the fees and charges? I knew I'd get it out eventually.
Yeah.
Brain is fried. Did we? Have we passed it? Oh, okay, we're happy to do that. Okay, so the time, so it was moved, seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we're going to introduce, Graham, come and have a seat and introduce your item for us in terms of our deliberations around the fees and charges portion of our meeting. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Good to go. Okay, so we come to the deliberations on the fees and charges for 2021-22, those that were out for consultation. As I remarked yesterday, and you've got in your report, there were 11 submissions received. 1 was general support. 9 were regarding the library fees, and 1 was regarding the town hall hire in Pirongia and Kiiki. Now, actually, we've realised that that submission, or the fees and charges on the town hall hire, have already been adopted by council earlier in the year. These were not required to be consulted on. It was just basically rolling over the fees from one year to another. Our recommendation is that we note the submission's been received and the feedback has been provided by staff, and recommend that we reconsider, or that staff reconsider, these fees for the 2022-23 fees and charges. And obviously, as you can see on the screen now, the resolution or the recommendation being amended accordingly. Other than that, we then move on to the library fees and charges. There were a number of individual fees that were commented upon, not necessarily consistently, you will have seen. I wonder whether do you prefer to go through it by submitter, or just go through the fees and then we can come back to the submitter points?
Probably by submitter points. The fees and charges documents are significantly large. Is everybody happy to do it that way? Be led by you guys, yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, you can do it either way you wish, Chair. Looking at the summary of submissions here, because it's got the advice to council. Sally's in the room as well, so who can possibly help.
Staff recommendations, this is what I'm after.
Submitter 1, we've got on the book hire in submission F 1.1. We've got, in terms of the book hire, we've got support for keeping it at the 50 cents per item. This is for books over 2 years old. We've also got submission points that ask for it to be removed altogether, which is what is proposed by staff, is that the book hire charge is removed altogether, except for books up to 2 years old, the charge of $1.50 per item. That's the proposal. The submitter 1 is asking for the new book fee of $1.50 to be removed. and the hold fee, the reservation fee, to be increased to $2.
So is everybody on the same page here? We're on page 105. Just checking you all there. Anybody have any comments? Claire?
I was actually making use of the summary that staff have provided, starting from page 35, which has got the staff comments as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
35. Okay, I'll go there.
Yeah, page 35. Yeah.
That's the same page.
Oh, I thought you said 105.
Yeah, but that's the same stuff. I've just, if you go to 105, it's the same as that.
Oh,
For some reason, it's duplicated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that we're in the same, we're looking at the
both
same
right.
stuff, but just a
We're both
different page
right.
number.
You're both right.
The charges as proposed by the staff are based on a lot of research that the library staff have done, looking at 66 other councils and trying to bring ourselves into line on those. Hence the increase in the reservation fee or the hold fee, and the structuring of free books that are over 2 years old, but increasing charges on the newer books. When say 2 years old, that's 2 years since publication, not the length of time they've been in the library. That's where the structure has come from in a lot of occasions, is that quite in-depth research. That's submitter 1 is, say, requesting to keep the loan fee for adult books at 50 cents. That's for all the books, and increasing the hold fee to $2. You'll see there are other points being made on that. Submitted F2 is supporting the termination of the 50-cent charge for the library audiobooks, and is also asking for a tiered system DVD hire. That is not supported by the staff because of the complications involved in trying to administer that, based on the age of the DVDs, which of course are going to keep on changing. The various tiers, if you have up to 5 years and 6 to 10 years and 10 years or more of age on the DVDs, then any title is going to be moving through that tiered system. So I can quite imagine that being a bit difficult for the staff to administer that. And we'd have to be setting a lot of different charges as well. That, I think, is, from what I recall, is the only submission on DVDs. Submitter 3.1 or submitter F3, Elizabeth Kirby McLeod, who you heard from yesterday. A lot of support there for the investment in the library system and removing fees on lending items. And suggesting that the removal of fees extends to ebooks as well, which we have actually removed the ebook charges. But also looking at removing the reservation fees, which she saw as a barrier. Obviously, I need stronger coffee to get my teeth around that. And to at least hold the late fees steady rather than increasing those. And obviously that the submitter was also supportive of libraries in general, and the fact that we this year had put the fees out for consultation. So there are some submission points there where we can just thank the submitter for their interest and support, but obviously 1 or 2 points on individual fees to consider. Submitter F4 is simply asking for free ebooks and audiobooks. So that's removing the higher charges on those. Submitter 6 believes that all books should be free to borrow, and the loss in revenue supplemented by an increase in the reservation fee. Obviously, the research that we've done suggests that the idea of a reservation fee at $4 would be really at the very high end, and actually the feeling is that the revenue lost by not having a fee for the newer books would not be replaced from the reservation fees that we get instead. The suggestion of raising more revenue from library themed items rather sounds as if it's not much of a market for those, so that probably wouldn't bring in much to recover what we'd lose on the new books. Submitter F8 is considering that the 50-cent charge is not an onerous cost. But actually asks, this is someone who is a frequent, was obviously a busy reader, a frequent user of the library, has suggested that council considers setting a maximum spend per person per year. As the library has pointed out that this submitter is one of a number of very frequent library users, so that submitter would obviously be benefiting from the proposed cap on the maximum spend per person. Quite how someone manages 25 to 30 books most months, well, I'd just say good on her for being able to get through it. I certainly couldn't. She also asks that council retains the status quo fees, but also makes a point about a new Cambridge library. And submitter F9, again, an interesting point there, removal of the 50-cent charge per book, but proposing that somehow we find a way of the new books we charge for fiction, but self-improvement non-fiction books should not attract a charge. I think that will be difficult to define. It's my personal view, but we thank the submitter for the support on the removal of the 50-cent charge. And finally, no, not finally, F10. Again, support for the 50-cent charge being removed, but also objecting to the new book charge. Submitter strongly objects to the increase in magazine fees, but actually we're not proposing an increase in magazine fees. Also concerned about the increase in replacing a library card, but you'll see from the staff that there are costs involved in obviously replacing library cards, and the increase in the cost is to cover costs there. Again, opposed to the new fees on reserving items, particularly on teen items.
Just on that, through you, Madam Chair, the response that staff have made, there's a little error in it. Just on the second line, it says a reserve fee is charged, but it should be that is not charged. So they're making the point that it's not always charged. A reserve fee is not charged if the other library holds it and their closest library does not. And they give an example and you can see that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And the suggestion here that the charge for new books is reduced to, or is not increased to $1.50 but increased to $1, and only for books up to 6 months old. Again, the research is suggesting that $1.50 is under the average across the other libraries, and the submitters also opposed to charges for renewals. Being a slow reader myself, I can understand the point, but that's a personal opinion. But obviously the staff are content to let the loan fees stand, the renewal fees stand rather. And finally, just one point on F11. Again, no fees charged for the general loans, and increasing the reserve fee to help cover the cost instead of the general loans. So you see there's quite a range, but the main ones are around the general loan fees and the new book fees and the reservations. Those are the main charges that are coming up. Question then, Council, is how you wish to accept the fees and charges as proposed and as consulted on, or whether you wish to make any amendments in line with the submissions.
The big question. So obviously, have those issues been raised by members of the community convinced us that there should be an alteration to our fees and charges? And if so, what? If not, let's move it. And you were comfortable that there are no issues raised, or Claire? Did you have a comment to make?
Yeah, look, I'm not advocating that we depart from what's been proposed, but I must say I was quite impressed with the argument that for every dollar council invests, there's a return of $3 to $9 of community benefit. And if we have the chance in the future, or with our deliberations where we feel that we've got a bit more money to invest in the community in some way, that it might be an option to perhaps reduce some of those fees further. That's all.
Thanks for your comments, Claire.
Chair, just what is the net result of that change? Because that's always been a real big argument, that somebody has to pay somewhere where it's a big reduction in revenue.
In dollars and cents.
Yes.
Sally, I think, should be able to address that for us.
Good afternoon, and if I can just through the chair. So the work that we have done on the library's fees and charges is essentially identifying all the changes that our community has submitted on, is to have a net result of a zero bottom line. So for example, if we do reduce some of those fees that have been requested through the submissions, that would then have an impact of most probably a greater cost to council. So while we do recognise that what we have put forward is based on a lot of work that the team have done with what other councils are charging to try and provide those free books that we currently charge 50 cents for. We do need to see how this goes over the next 12 months, but the basis has been so there is no impact, that we are still getting the revenue in that we do currently get in. So that was the aim of that review.
You comfortable with that, Graham? Yeah, okay, so we have the two recommendations then appearing on the both screens. On the assumption that people are comfortable with our fees and charges as recommended, I'm happy to move both of them. Do I have a set from the chair seconder? Roger. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Graham. So Thank you, Graham. Okay, so now we'll reconvene our hearings, and we have a submitter who, Alice Sear. We have her in our list here, and on our first page, her submission appears at page 3646. Alice. Oh, there she is. Alice Sear. She was on our list, supposed to appear at 9:40, but there's been a bit of a mix-up in time. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sear.
For listening to me. I don't know whether I was meant to bring anything written, but I haven't.
No.
So I'm just going to speak off the cuff.
Absolutely. Now, Alice, we have a timer here that allows you 5 minutes. So you may hear a ding at some point that warns you have 1 minute to go. So, but start when you're ready. We look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I've lived in Te Awamutu for a very long time. Some of you probably knew my husband, Dr. Mahari Sear, who died 4 years ago. And he and I were just engaged, and we came over and we walked through that memorial park. And I have to say that I think this is a very special heritage that we have in this town. How many other towns in New Zealand have got memorial parks like this one? And I think we are so privileged to have it in that lovely green area. And I have heard quite a lot about what's been going on. And I've been disappointed that perhaps the council staff haven't been maintaining it as it used to be, but I was delighted to walk through it on Saturday morning and just to see what pristine condition it's been restored to. And I would like placed on record my thanks to the people who've done that. They've done an amazing job, but you know, that park is a memorial to those who gave their lives for us and for this country in the First World War, the Second and subsequent wars. And, you know, those people who put the park in, gave the land in good faith. I think we need to be responsible and accountable to that. And I just admire them and thank them for what they did. I know there are very few of them left now, but I know that there were many families whose sons and probably daughters more subsequently who serve in the armed forces these days gave their lives. And so I look upon it as a heritage and one that we are accountable to maintain and look after as a result of their service, and to acknowledge that and not to minimize it in any way whatsoever. And I just think it's such a gift that they gave us. I was disappointed to see that the middle bridge isn't operational. I walked right round the park and thoroughly enjoyed it, and the ground's looking beautiful. But I'm sure I see that you are probably going to restore that. And I'm really grateful for that, because my grandchildren, I've got 16, I have taken them all there over the years. And, you know, that playground has been a lovely place. I'm sorry the old engine's gone, but anyway, that's being repaired, I gather, and no one can climb over it anymore. But my children and grandchildren enjoyed that. And I now have 10 great-grandchildren. So no doubt I'll be taking them down there too. So really, basically, I just was appalled to think all this money that was going to be spent. And as a ratepayer myself for the last oh goodness gracious me, it's such a long time. It's over 65 years now. You know, I've contributed to those rates. And I like to think that the money won't be just splashed on changing something which I think is still serviceable and useful to our community. And what a lovely open space of grass we have down there. You know, rounders and all those games, cricket and so on, that kids love to play, and just running around on a green space, which we're probably beginning to run out of in some of our towns, is so valuable. So I just implore you to just remember that your ratepayers aren't all very wealthy. And some of them are suffering quite, I believe there are a lot of people who are struggling. And I don't think life is going to be any easier over the next few years. I believe the economy is going to be really quite hard. And as I look to the future, I think we need to remember that and not just, you know, feel that we've got to build these great monuments. So thank you for listening, and bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sear. Does anybody have a question for Mrs. Sear? Nobody? Look, thank you very much for sharing your memories and reflections of the park. It's much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further submitters in attendance at the moment. So we just have to take a brief adjournment. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Catherine. Drew, yeah, hi. Take a seat. Catherine is from the Waikato Regional Airport and Titanium Park Limited, I believe it's you're representing in terms of your submission today. You've known the drill there. You have 10 minutes. A bell will sound at 9 just to give you an idea of your time constraint, but start when you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. As per the introduction, I'm Catherine Drew. I'm a senior planner at BBO in Hamilton. I'm here today with Graham Dwyer, who's a property consultant for the airport. So this submission is given on behalf of the airport, so Waikato Regional Airport Limited, and their development arm, Titanium Park Limited. Really the crux of the submission that I want to talk about today is what the three objectives of our submission, why these matters are important to the airport, and what we're looking for as a result of that. And it's really just taking out the highlights package from the basis submission that's been presented already to the committee there. So really, I think the first aspect is the airport recognises they want to be active in supporting council in the LTP process, and also other processes that are underway throughout the region, so the Hamilton LTP and the Regional Land Transport Plan as well. So some of you may have seen me in those forums recently too. The second objective is that we want to support projects that are funded in the draft infrastructure strategy that underpins LTP as well. So I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. And we also want to use this opportunity to just bring to the forefront that we're keen for council to be progressing the discussions and encouraging the Waka Kotahi to develop Southern Links as well. Also for providing local improvements in the absence of Southern Links, and also encouraging public transport investigation and options between the airport, Hamilton City, and also the regions too. So why are these matters important to the airport? So as you're all aware, the airport and its surrounding land is a key regional transport hub and an economic growth driver connected to Auckland, Hamilton and Tauranga. The development enabled at the airport in the form of the Titanium Business Park is also embedded into various regional and national policy documents. This is because Titanium Park provides an industrial land supply south of Hamilton City and provides a further employment opportunity for people living in the future Peacock's growth cell. The continued success of the sub-region, the airport and the expansion of the supporting business park relies on good connections and its serviceability. Connections to and from the airport are critical to economic development. Opportunities to improve those connections, such as Southern Links, are strongly supported and advocated for, hence one of the reasons we are presenting today. Also supported and advocated for is the infrastructure required to support development. Connectivity, in our opinion, can be improved in three ways. Firstly, through the provision of public transport connections, through improvements to intersections that connect to the existing state highway network, and more importantly, through the provision of Southern Links. At present, there are no scheduled public transport links between the airport in Hamilton and the surrounding regional towns. The lack of public transport between the airport and Hamilton, let alone regional centres, is short-sighted and needs to be rectified. Furthermore, detailed consideration has not been given to the future-proofing of a rail connection to and from the airport. We submitted on this matter in the recent Regional Land Transport Plan submissions as well, and note that the infrastructure strategy that underpins the LTP includes a project to look and improve passenger transport connections to the airport and urban centres. This work is supported. Southern Links is an important new roading network for maintaining and improving efficient connections between the airport and Hamilton City, and is a project that can be built in stages. Southern Links addresses non-safety issues with the Narrows Bridge and the performance of the State Highway 21 Rains Road and the State Highway 3 Rains Road intersections. It represents a significant investment in a comprehensive long-term solution rather than potential stopgap safety treatments will need to be employed to release the development potential of the northern precinct at the airport. Whilst the airport entities recognise that Southern Links is not a project under Council's control, we encourage Council to be advocating for the construction of Southern Links at every opportunity you get. The implementation of Southern Links is critical to the continued growth of Titanium Park. And this is driven because Southern Links will support the development of the future growth cell, which is the Northern Precinct. So at the back of our submission, we always attach kind of like a little map, which kind of gives you some context of the different precincts as we talk about them and the relationship of that land to Southern Links. The airport is embarking on an investigation phase for rezoning a large portion of the Northern Precinct because there's demand for that industrial land. However, the preliminary traffic modelling to date identifies that the key connections to the state highway network have limited capacity without improvements. So improvements being roundabouts or something of the like. So such upgrades, in our opinion, will be superfluous once Southern Links is in place. From a serviceability perspective, investment in bulk infrastructure, the airport supports the bigger thinking approach that has been advocated by the Future Proof partners, and the airport would like to be involved in those discussions. So then leading on to what does the airport want? So the airport supports the various projects that are set out in the draft infrastructure strategy that relate to water and wastewater renewal and capacity upgrades and the public transport provision. Obviously, it's probably the crux of the submission. We want council to pressure Waka Kotahi for the construction of Southern Links. We'd like to council to look at short-term improvements to the state highway local connection for safety and efficiency in the absence of safe Southern Links. We're interested in continued dialogue and engagement in the sub-regional wastewater treatment plant and its future funding. Looking for additional public transport opportunities to and from the airport, and including the potential rail, and looking at opportunities to increasing the amenity in Titanium Park through the allocation of funding for public reserves. So that's the basis of our submission. Graham's here to answer any questions.
I love that. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for that, Catherine. Does anybody have any questions for Graham?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Graham. Interesting, I'm looking at the map here. I can see that you're reconfiguring the roundabout down on the Western Precinct. Is that actually an extension of the main highway? Is that going to go through your Southern Links or round and curve rather than take the current route? Is that a complete new route that you're developing there?
Yeah, so for clarification, the orange lines on this plan is the Southern Links designation and their design. The roundabout that is built at the edge of Western Precinct was a portion of that design which the developers funded at that time to provide access to the Western Precinct. So that roundabout you've got there today, that's what you get in the future once interchanges.
Because I see it immediately, you look at it and it gives you that northern bypass, or that bypass to the roundabout, which was, a lot of people asked me when they constructed it, why wasn't that built?
Why is it not there?
Okay, thank you for that.
Gary, I think has a question for you.
Oh, very keen to look, thanks for the submission, very keen to look at the possibility of protecting any future infrastructure options. And so just a query around rail, and that is, has there been engagement with Kiwi Rail, and are we talking about predominantly a commuter route, or is it a freight link that you're thinking about? Because each could go in a different location, I'm thinking.
Yeah, correct. So we haven't had any personal engagement with Kiwi Rail in that space or anything, and all this plan shows is just an indicative potential route that could connect to the main trunk line. Whether or not that's for passenger or for freight is yet to be determined as well. I guess the reason for always including it on that plan is that Southern Links doesn't actually provide the opportunity for rail to go under or over it. And so we want to make sure that the future design of Southern Links is potentially considering that opportunity. Otherwise, with Southern Links in place, it will be closed off.
That in the same way that if council's pressuring Waka Kotahi in relation to Southern Links, we probably need to be working with Kiwi Rail in relation to protecting that link to the airport for rail.
Lou, and then Liz.
Sorry again, Catherine. Just one other thing. Yesterday we had a submission from from the Hamilton City Council. They're talking about a southern wastewater plant. Now, you haven't in your configurations got anything to do with that at all. We were surprised at the cost that they were projecting it was going to cost the land. And I was just wondering whether you'd supplied some land or there was something there. It was just
I think the answer is
question.
We're willing actors, but respectfully, council tends to go a lot slower than private enterprise. So our concern is there's nothing in a 10-year plan of any substance. We need to get on.
Right.
But certainly we're keen to engage in the discussions.
Thank you.
Liz. There's no spot in the middle of the map anywhere, no. Hey, look, I guess personally I'm just as frustrated as you are in terms of the lack of progress of Southern Links, because this is going to tick a lot of boxes for us. Alleviate a lot of our heavy traffic concerns, provide a river crossing. There's just so many, things. And we were so close, I think within a year or two, but, it just hasn't happened. So I know that we actively engage whenever possible to, with Waka Kotahi to, continue to advocate for that, but they just feel like it's stuck there somehow, unfortunately. Other than that, I guess we're just always willing partners with the Hamilton Airport, really supportive of what you're doing, really rapt that, of course, the airport's in our district. I guess my other question is that, we're continuing to work with your zones and your expansion and things like that. So just always welcome the conversations, really.
Great, thanks, Liz. And I guess the rhetoric around Southern Links is, I have a captive audience today, so.
No argument with us.
Yeah.
Graham.
Hi, Catherine and Graham. That dovetails very nicely into the land transport submission that you brought to us, and we're as keen as you are under our scheme to push this. So you've got a couple of friends there on your side.
Great. Andrew.
Yeah, the mention of rail is a new one to me, going to the airport. Has there been any, studies, research done on whether it's likely to be a realistic transport link for the airport? Or, rail's going to be expensive. There's no two ways about that, getting a rail link out there. Is it justified? Do you have anything?
So I'll cover that in two parts. One, obviously, we're aware of what's happening over the road with Brian Herman purchasing land and his long-term aspirations there, and he intends on putting a rail siding in his long-term plans. But also, if we look at practically, as Catherine mentioned earlier, if we don't protect that corridor somewhere, we'll never get it across the road, across the Southern Links. And look at what's happened in Auckland. It wasn't provided for, and now it's ridiculously expensive. So even like we've got in Cambridge, if we can have a dotted line that people just keep on remembering, then there's a chance we don't get caught out.
Any further questions? Doesn't look like it. Hey, thank you so much for taking your time to come and speak to us today. I'm really interesting observations, and certainly as indicated by the members, we're on the same page in many instances.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Karen Howard. Karen, welcome. Come and take a seat up the front here. Now, Karen, we have you set down for 5 minutes. A bell will ding at about 4 just to give you a warning. But start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a citizen and interested person of Te Awamutu residents, and I represent me. I have brought a handout to be tabled. I'm just here to speak on the Memorial Gardens Park. And I don't have a lot of discussion. I just would like to, having followed up on proposed changes and things like that, I notice there's not a lot of detail, and from past experience and work and things, that when detail isn't known, we often assume things are going to happen or someone else has said it. So even if I'm saying exactly what someone else has said, I'd rather not assume. And so are those papers? I brought my paper. All I want to do is table them. It's very clear. There's bullet points. regarding suggestions that may be already in the plan, but since I don't know details, I'm looking at this from an older person's point of view, as I use the park a lot to take my elderly husband there, and looking at all the challenges he has. And I appreciate the park is being changed, but I don't know from the proposal what the changes details are for things like safety and ease of wheelchairs and things like that. So am I not able to table that piece of paper?
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to understand. Have you got a piece of paper you want to submit? Did you leave it out there with this reception? Okay, look, I'm sorry, there may have been a bit of a misunderstanding.
Yes.
People have brought submissions by way of writing to distribute,
Yes.
so we'll just get our wonderful staff to copy it and distribute
There's
it. There you
20
go.
copies there.
It is coming.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, it just
Right.
got stuck in the pipeline.
Yes, I know, it's a long one. So I just want to table that. I realise they are very small in all the many things that you talk about today, but it's little detail that I would ask that you would consider. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Sorry, apologies for the slight miscommunication there in terms of your written submission you've delivered today. Did anybody have any particular questions?
You haven't read it yet.
Mrs. Howard, before Marcus, you've got your finger up there.
I haven't seen the paper, I'm about to, but so the comments are more about urban mobility, like being able to use wheelchairs
Yes.
and walkers and stuff to safely go around our parks and streets.
Right, and the first paragraph there says that, or second bit there says that, we've visited lots of parks in the last 20 years and picked up what we thought were good ideas and just wanted to make sure they were shared.
How do you find getting around Te Awamutu, like the town itself with the footpaths?
The town itself is
and
okay.
areas?
Yeah, briefly, we've moved from a lovely big section with lots of trees to a small unit. We miss the trees, so we go to the park weekly and we see people there and find it very hard for my husband, who just uses a walking stick to get around.
And what about our other parks? Have you been to like Lake Naroto and things like that?
Yes,
as well?
we go to Lake Naroto. It's flat, plenty of boardwalks, plenty of handrails. We go there, we go everywhere. So it's just a few little minor suggestions that would help, and also with children in mind. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. Because very often the most obvious things are missed.
And that's what I feel.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. Great. Look, thank you for your time. Did anybody else have a question for Karen before she disappears? Lovely. Thank you so much for that. Enjoy the rest of your day. No, we don't seem to have anybody else. Mr. Mayer hasn't appeared yet, and Aidan Boswell was not appearing, so you can put a line through that one. That's the second one. So Mr. Mayer was at 2:20 and it's 2:25 now, so I suppose we can assume he's not coming. 2:30 Angela Barraclough. I guess we shall wait.
It was the last question.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry.
Marcus is out outdoor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. They're out there at the moment. I'll quickly go and see everyone.
Yeah, and we can push the door shut if you.
Yeah,
Do you want to put
if it doesn't look as though there's anybody around, we can close the doors again and reconvene our little. If we can just adjourn the meeting briefly. So we'll just reconvene our hearings on our LTP. We have a submitter with us now, Mr. Peter Finlay. Welcome, Mr. Finlay. Feel free to take a seat right there. You have distributed for us some speaking notes. Thank you very much for that. You have 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, you'll hear a little a bell sound just to give you a warning that you've got another minute left. So start when you're ready. Welcome.
Okay. Thanks for listening to me. Look, firstly, just some commendations about the way the LTP and the infrastructure strategy was put together. I found it informative, and it was good for council to let you in on some of their thinking around the effect of local government reform, Three Waters reform, that sort of thing. I like to see the headroom that it had for debt, and that was encouraging to see where that tracks over the next 10 years. 100 million to start with, heading out to 250 million by the end of the period. So that was some good fiscal prudence by this council. So if you sort of turn to my points 4 and on transport, really what I'm talking about there is looking for Waipa to exert its influence and leadership. So Southern Links becomes number one transport priority for the region. I've made the same submission to the RLTP and also shared my thinking with Hamilton City as well. Really, I understand it's Cambridge Prairie roundabout is probably its number one safety priority, but it appears like Cambridge Prairie in its entirety, it's number one priority. So I think some new messaging there is important. Also talked about the lack of planned investment on the Hamilton Southern Growth Corridor. There's been lots of studies done in that area over the years, of which I've done quite a lot myself. There's some agreements around the Southern Growth Corridor, which talks about the sequencing of, certainly coordinating land use and infrastructure, and I'm just not seeing it happening around transport infrastructure. So in my 4D, I said I'd like to see action taken regarding the performance and capacity constraints. So the performance and capacity constraints of transport infrastructure in this area can accommodate and respond to planned and anticipated employment and population growth located in the vicinity of the regional airport and also in the metro spatial area. I've talked to, on my submission, a little bit about the growth assumptions. I was a little confused by what actual growth assumption. Is it NIDIA or is it Infometrics? I appreciated the thinking or the communication that NIDIA's population growth forecast will be updated once the 2018 census data is included. So really the emphasis there is just to understand or to know that the CAPEX on a high growth scenario is kind of taken into account and being considered. In terms of wastewater, really understand, I can see the $100 million investment in the Cambridge wastewater plant. Really what I'm trying to understand there, and it's just whether any thought's been given to the strategic merit of having both the regional, sub-regional wastewater plant in there as well as the Cambridge one. I'm not quite sure if it's either or both, but as part of that thinking is whether that would ensure the new Three Waters Authority would be committed to its delivery. So that's me.
Oh, look, that's some really good submission there. Peter, has anybody got any questions for him? No? Not on that side? No? Anybody? Oh, Liz.
Yeah, I'll just say, look, thanks, Peter. I think this is, but this is the excellent submission for us. And I guess we just had Hamilton Regional Airport here a few minutes ago as well. Very much on the same path in terms of Southern Links and encouraging us to put a bit more pressure on. So we're certainly very mindful of that.
Yes, I think I've spoken to CEO recently. And I think we share the same aspirations for growth and employment and housing in the region. We all know we need it. It's good for us, good for our kids, good for our grandkids. And I, for one, and sort of am passionate to see it delivered. It's been a good eaten up a big chunk of my life. But I know their priority is the north-south route from what they've shared with me. I don't quite see it that way. I see it probably holistically, the western route as well as north-south. But I think we just need to get the decision makers to make it happen. Yeah.
Certainly echoes some of the discussions we've had around this table. Any other questions for Peter while he's here? No? Hey, look, thank you so much for that. And thank you for your written submission, echoing your oral ones today. Thank you. That's great.
And appreciate the good work that Council's doing.
Oh, it's good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
We've got to pass that funny little recommendation that it's acknowledged that the hearings and deliberations of 2021 to 2031 long-term plan will continue beyond 6 hours. Have I got somebody who's happy to pass that? Liz? Lou will second it. All those in favour, say aye. Against? Regrettably carried. No. Excellent. Hey, I think we can have afternoon tea now. We'll come back at 3:15, hopefully, unless one of the earlier people has reappeared. here on the 4 p.m. slot. Her submissions appear at page 902 of our agenda. Just pull over another chair. Have that big one there, eh? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, just when you're ready, Jo, just start talking.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for making time to hear us. My name is Jo Sheridan. This is Jacob Sheridan. He's a 13-year-old who goes to Te Amutu College, and Samuel Sheridan, who's almost going to be 12 this weekend, and he's at Pirongia Primary School. So I guess just wanted to probably open up and say, how can we help you? What can we do for you? Because we have been on a journey for a wee while now with the council around activities for our youth, particularly in Pirongia. Jacob's presented in this same room about 3 years ago. Some of you may have been here and remembered him, so that was really cool. So we've been on a bit of a long journey trying to find a place and a space where the youth in Pirongia have somewhere to meet, somewhere to hone their craft, whether it be on skateboards or scooters or bikes, a place to meet that's safe, that everybody in the community can respect and be a part of. And so part of our submission was just making sure that we are on a common trajectory to get there and to understand a little bit more about what we can do to help make that a reality. There's some awesome stuff going on in the community around the parkour in Te Amutu, which we're really excited about, and also understand Kiki is going to be getting a skate park as well, which is awesome. At the moment, we travel all around to Napier and Auckland and Tamaheri and Melville and everywhere to go to skate parks every weekend. And we'd be super stoked if we had something a little bit closer that we could use in our local community. So really that's kind of the overview of it. We're happy to take any questions that people might have about what it's like to be a teenager in the village in Pirongia. You can ask these boys if you like, or if you've got any ideas and suggestions at what we can do in the village to help make this a reality.
Fantastic, thanks Jo. Does anybody first off have any questions for Jo and the boys?
Yeah, I have.
Roger.
And Greg, that's you come along. Well done. I can't talk about skateboards at all. But if you had the choice of where would you like that skate park to be? If you had the choice of anywhere in Pirongia.
Not your backyard.
Yeah.
Well, there's a spot behind the fire station and near the Foursquare and on the main road just behind there's a little area that's already got a playground, a track going around it, and we think that it's a really good spot in there with a good bit of land to build a skate park in.
What are some of the reasons you thought that was a good place?
Oh, well, it's close to all the shops and there's already things there. So there's places for younger kids to play, and then older kids can use the skate park. And then there's places for parents to sit, and there's it's a real good community spot.
So it's part of a bigger collection of activities and
Yeah.
community that's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good thinking.
You want a job?
What's that?
Does he want a job? Any other questions? He's pretty much broken down what you need in a place for it to be effective, but yes, Claire.
Yeah. Oh, hi there, boys. Yeah, I'm the councillor for Pirongia. Yeah, so great to see you along here, and I'm hearing this request, for a skate park. We want to see what we can do to, make it a reality. So I'm not making any promises, but we're definitely hearing your request and would love to work more closely with you to see what we can achieve.
Thanks, Claire. And it was good to see in the latest, it was an award-winning Pirongia community consultation process that you guys went through, which was great. Sorry. Activities for the youth, I think, ranked second, and we've already made a lot of progress with the access to the walkway and the water, and that's been used awesomely. And so it's neat to see that will hopefully be the next cab off the rank for us. So yeah, excited about that.
Hey Joe. Hey, so if we supported you with a space and found your location for the skate park, have you got has the community got the backing and the enthusiasm to actually manage the project themselves and do the fundraising bits and pieces? What is it that you need from council? Just the land and then you guys?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I guess in order to make it a reality, someone would have to step up. I mean, we've been talking with Scott Aitken. Pamela Thackeray has also mentioned that she's keen to help support and be involved in that. So we've got a clear indication that as a community, this is what we need to bring to the table, and this is what the council's willing to support. Then it's a lot easier to get momentum with that sort of stuff. You know, for the last sort of 4 years, we've sort of been talking around in circles about where it will be until we have a real commitment about going forward with it. Then you'll find a lot of people will step out of the woodwork and take on those roles. It's a big job coordinating something like that, and so it would take, you know, quite a big committed effort, but I think if there was an end game in sight, we'd be able to pull that together. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we've definitely got lots of supportive youth that would help us along the journey anyway. What's that, sorry? Yes. Well, they are into sponsorship. So kids of this generation, they tend to network, they tend to find things like sponsors, they tend to think of that sort of bigger picture and what we could bring to them through, you know, exposure and stuff like that. So there's heaps of opportunity out there.
My question was similar to, I think, to Marcus in a way, because this has been, thanks Joe for coming along, this has been going on for a really long time, and my understanding was the difficulty was actually narrowing down the location. There was about, as you said, 3 or 4 locations that people were looking at. Every time you went there, it was not in my backyard. People, there was somebody objecting to it. So, but the funding was my understanding was pretty well sorted out, and there was community support, and the request was just find us a location. And is that where you understand it is at the moment?
Claire, you might be able to talk to that. That discussion's been had at the local community meetings, and at that point, I mean, my understanding was when Scott was sort of standing out talking about it, that he was ready to get the momentum going, but we were still trying to devise where the site would be. So can you provide an update on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It hasn't been decided. Like the latest I heard was that there's that reserve zoned land just south of the rugby field that has a house on it at the moment that's due to be demolished. And that was sort of put forward as a really good location. But the neighbours aren't happy with that. But the demolition has been delayed, and so no further progress has been made to see whether or not once it's removed could a skate park go there that would satisfy the neighbours as well. I don't recall that Rangi Marie Reserve, which is that green space behind the Fire Force, has ever been put up as a possible location, because that's needs iwi agreement for changes on it. And I don't know if they've sort of ruled that out previously, but we could certainly revisit that, because in a way that does tick a lot of boxes too. Yeah.
And our experiences with the skate parks that we've sort of visited all over New Zealand is that it works well when you've got a place for small children to play safely and their peers are on some of the trickier surfaces. You've got basketball courts, you've got places where people can sit, read, run. You know, you go to these places and these families just all interacting in different ways and spaces, and it's a cohesive place, and that's why the boys that whole site appealed, because they could see how everyone could gather and interact, and everyone has a sense of belonging but can be safe in their own space. So
okay. And just another quick comment, and I don't know if it'll make you feel any better, but in terms of Kiki getting one, they're about in the same position you are, looking for a site.
Well, let's get us in touch with them so that we can learn from them and they can learn from us. Yeah.
Fantastic. Any other questions for Jo and her boys? Gary, do you have a comment?
So there seems to be a universal demand across the district, and council may theoretically be assisting with 4 of these things. So in terms of how do we design these things, is this something we put the challenge to the kids, or should they all be the same or different? I mean, how will that work?
Do you want to talk to that, Sammy? You go.
I personally reckon all the kids have their own ideas, and we try to mix it in and incorporate everyone's ideas into a design.
Yeah. A lot of the kids, I think, Sammy, your class presented to some council members around some skate park designs as well. So I'm not sure if anyone was a part of that. So the students at Pirongia have done projects on that. And these kids are really good with SketchUp and all sorts of InDesign programs. So they can whip that stuff up really quickly. Some of the spine features and the bowls that are really important, the flyouts and all that sort of stuff. They know the dynamics of that and what works. And there are lots of really good skate parks built around New Zealand that are functioning really, really well. So it would be easy to incorporate some of the needs of skateboarders, scooter riders and bikers all in one facility quite easily. Yeah.
Any other questions for Joe, Jake and Sammy? No? Philip?
I live up in Tamira, so there's a mountain biking park there, and it's been there for a long time, but the last 5 or 6 years or even longer, that there's some really active mountain bikers have gone in there and made it a phenomenal park, and there's people come from all over the place and what have you. The mountain biking park at Pirongia, how big is that? I've never been to that one, but how big is that and how active is that? And is that another thing that like-minded people, you know, kids and dads, mums and dads and everyone can get together and really develop that? Because it's the one at Tamira is just phenomenal. So many people go there.
Yeah, most of the kids in Pirongia either scooter, skateboard or mountain bike, and lots of us go up there and ride, and yeah, it's a real good space up there.
Yeah, the kids, it gets well used. It's got a really good club, and lots of young kids are going up there. The kids are really into helping design and create and sculpture, be a part of that. So they want to get involved and engaged. So we are talking with them as well about how we can get some of the youth involved in that sort of stuff as well. Yeah.
How far out of town is that? So I still haven't been there. But...
Oh, it's about, is it 7 k's up the road from the village? About 7 k's to ride to the top. So the kids, I mean, it's, you know, on e-bikes you can get to the top, but once kids get older, they can ride to the top by themselves. But at the moment, we just drop them off and they'll ride the ride up there, and they can all ride home to the village.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
That suggestion, and yeah, it's great, yeah, to be thinking of possibilities, but I just imagined that your preference would probably be for a skate park to be with that actually within the village, so kids could walk.
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just what people could do in
Yep.
Pirongia or surrounding areas. So just
Yep.
wondering about that.
Yeah. 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 Mountain Park, it's great. It's awesome up there.
Mm. Any other questions for Joe and the boys? No? Hey, look, thank you so much for your enthusiasm and bringing this to our attention again. As Mayor Jim said, it's not a new issue, but certainly I think this whole process this time for our LTP has shown us that there are a lot of voices calling out for these facilities. So it's something we need to basically put our thinking cap on and sharpen our pens and see what we can do for you know, the future, basically.
Cool.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you very much for your time.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for yours.
Cheers.
Thanks, boys. So our next submitter is Phil Mackay. Welcome, Phil. Take a seat. Thank you for coming. You ready, Phil?
Cool, thank you. Hi everyone. I guess most of you will know who I am. Those who don't, I'm a Cambridge resident, I guess previous business owner, used to be on the Chamber of Commerce board, am no longer, so probably just flag that I don't speak for the Chamber of Commerce in any manner today. And yeah, so I guess you've all got my submissions. Probably the main thing I want to comment on today is the urban mobility thing. Absolutely support the plan that's in the proposal document. Just wanted to pick up on a point that was made at one of the consultation evenings that I was at, which was that, I guess to kind of paraphrase, that the focus seems to be very heavily on walking and cycling, perhaps at the expense of things like public transport, which might also contribute to moving some mode share away from cars and freeing up space on our roads, which I guess is the ultimate objective. I'm probably a good example of someone who I don't need to use public transport. I live in Cambridge, work in Hamilton every day. You know, I could happily drive every day to work, but I choose to jump on the bus every morning because it does keep another car off the road, keeps my emissions down as an individual, and to be honest, I arrive at work a lot less stressed out than if I drove. Probably one good example of where maybe there's some bits of public transport infrastructure that are missing around the place is where I do catch the bus outside the St Andrew's Church in Cambridge. There's a bus stop with a seat that maybe seats 3 people comfortably, but there's probably anywhere from 3 to 10 on average when I catch the bus at about 7:05 in the morning. And I'm pretty sure the following bus, which has the school kids on it, is quite a bit busier. So just things like that, I guess, to take into account. I guess, yeah, really my point is I don't expect councillors to be focused on every little detail of the plan. Obviously, that's not your job. That's, but it'd be nice to see, I guess, in terms of the consultation document, a bit more context in terms of how that current plan of those walking and cycleways fits into the broader context of a broader transport strategy. Yeah, and just to know that you guys are questioning that transport strategy as it comes, you know, as it progresses over time, and making sure that the objective is all about moving people efficiently, not necessarily one specific mode or another, but the objective just has to be about moving people as efficiently as we possibly can. So, but in general, obviously support that that initiative. I think it's great. Likewise, the third bridge, which I won't jump into in detail, but that, you know, again, that's part of a broader transport discussion. The only other thing that I want to mention, didn't specifically submit on it, but I'm just aware that there has been some discussion about it, and no doubt you've had some other submissions on it, and that's amalgamation. I know it's sort of an issue that's out there in the media and stuff. I guess just again point out that I don't speak for the Cambridge Chamber. I'm still an active member, Cambridge resident. Used to be a business owner, now working for a business based in, well, our office is in Hamilton, but a lot of our staff are Cambridge based, and we work across the district at the moment. I just want to point out that the Waikato Chamber, which is essentially just the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, really has no mandate to advocate for businesses in the Waipa district. It's probably got at best a handful of members in our district. And, you know, I don't think that they have a mandate to advocate for businesses or a mandate to advocate for amalgamation. You know, if they want to tell their Hamilton story, they should tell it as a Hamilton story. But it's by the by, really. But personally, I think you know, I'm all in favour of exploring ways that we can share services and try to find efficiencies between the councils in our region. I think there's probably very few people that would argue with that if it's done in a sensible way. But I think it would be a shame to lose the excellent local representation that we have. And, you know, in terms of value for money, I don't think that the savings that we would gain would be worth the value that we'd lose in terms of local representation. And I think probably you could ask a lot of people that used to be in small councils that are now part of the Auckland Council, and I feel like they would probably back that stance up in terms of getting their voice heard. Yeah, so that's me.
Oh, thank you, Phil. Questions? Roger, then Philip.
Not exactly a question, but just a thank you for bringing that alternative point of view to this table. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for your submission. So well done for using the bus. That's fantastic. Thanks for using the bus. So I think you live on Taylor Street, probably walk down the cycle track down the old railway line. If there was a bike stand at the bus stop, would you use a bike? And do other people that get on the bus use a bike or would use a bike? And it's a promotion of urban mobility as well. If we have those facilities there, we've got a bike stand at the main bus terminal by the town hall, which is great. I don't think I've actually seen anyone on the bike and the bike stand, that is. But would you use a bike if there was a bike stand?
I wouldn't. I'm not sure that many would. I mean, maybe for those people that are, you know, just in the next step out beyond the green belt, where it's, you know, for me, it's a really nice, easy, maybe 5-10 minute walk, probably 10-minute walk in the mornings. And I really enjoy that. But I guess if I was living, you know, just that little bit further out, 15 minutes, 20 minutes walk, that might be when I might jump on a bike potentially. I know there are a couple of people that I see with bikes on that little stand on the front of the bus. So some people take their bikes with them, obviously, to Hamilton for the day. So, yeah.
Anybody else have any questions for Philip? Phil, I really enjoyed your submission. I thought it was really well considered and really well presented. It was, you know, really impressive. So thank you very much for taking time. Obviously, a lot of effort, a lot of thoughts gone into it, and certainly resonated with a lot of the things that we've heard discussed around the table the last couple of days. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks, Phil. Staff have ascertained that the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are definitely not coming. There is one question mark in the 4:40 slot. That particular person hasn't been contacted at all. They've only indicated that they wanted to be heard, but various phone calls, repeated phone calls which have been made to the submitter have been unanswered. So this person's sort of been inserted in there in the off chance that contact would be made. So I think we can assume that they don't know that we're expecting them to be here at 4:40. So I think we can say that is it for the day. And
can I just add to that, Susan, the number of people that I've just spoken to now and phoning around, they're part of the Memorial Park bulk submitters. They didn't realise that by filling in a form or ticking a box, that meant that they were going to be allocated a time. They meant to contact us and cancel. People were denying that they had even participated. So I think it's safe to say we can assume that that person will be a no-show.
Additional to that, staff have been contacting people for tomorrow, and that group of people, again, are the bulk Memorial Park submitters, approximately 26. Highly likely no-shows. Only 3 have confirmed attendance of those 26 for tomorrow, and there are 4 other organisations as well. So far we only have 7 confirmed for tomorrow. I haven't got that detail in front of me, I'm afraid, Liz. Okay, so that concludes our hearing for the day. Back again tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. And